This was about a year and a half ago, when I had just moved into an apartment with a friend. It was a small, one-bedroom apartment that was technically a converted attic in a very old house. My roommate, R, spent most of her time in the apartment directly below where her boyfriend and my bandmate, D, lived. So I spent a lot of time upstairs in the attic, alone. She was able to supply most of the furniture that we used. But my family is also very thrifty, and I buy anything secondhand if I can. One day, when I was visiting my folks, my mom brought in a black side table that she had found at a local thrift store. She was going to try to sell it because it was very old and had a real bakelite handle. But it was the perfect size for my apartment and was only $2, so she let me take it home with me. The day I took it home and cleaned it out, I could tell something was off. I'm a pretty empathetic person and can feel when things aren't right, even if I can't really explain why or how I know that. The table was about 3 feet tall and had a small drawer at the top. And from the drawer down to the bottom was a large sort of cabinet space, but with no door, so it was just open. I remember looking into that space and feeling uneasy for some reason. Like it was too dark for the amount of light that was in the room, or it was too big of a space for such a small table. I couldn't put my finger on it. I cleaned it anyway and placed it between the futon in the living room and the door to the bedroom on its left. It wasn't long before the odd feeling began to be justified. One day, I was walking out of the bedroom into the living room, and right after I crossed the threshold next to the table, I heard a growl. Let it be known, I am very aware of audio and visual matrixing, so I immediately tried to recreate the noise by walking on the wood floor again in the same spot. I tried every spot in that space, and none of it squeaked or made any sort of noise. In fact, for how old the house was, the floors were very solid and made hardly any noise at all. But I had heard a growl, and it was to my left in the space where the table stood. I brushed it off and continued as normal for a couple of weeks, until one day when I was about to leave the apartment. I had turned on the light that illuminated the stairwell leading down to my front door, but then realized I'd forgotten something. I went into the bedroom to grab it, and when I came back out, the light was off. I checked the switch immediately, but it was the one that was wired to another switch at the bottom of the stairs. So sometimes even when it's switched on, it might be off, because the one at the bottom was technically switched off. I couldn't remember which way I had flipped it and decided it could have been wiring problems. I brushed it off again and went on as normal for a bit longer. Little things like that happened pretty consistently for a couple of months, but it was never enough to make me feel anything substantial was actually happening. I just grew more and more uneasy, could never fully close a door. I slept with the bedroom door open, showered with the bathroom door open. I always felt watched, but I had no evidence to support it. One hot summer day, I was alone in the apartment, in the bedroom recording some music with the door closed, because the window AC unit in the living room was pretty loud. I remember specifically closing the door because I didn't want to have to edit out white noise in the background. I recorded and jammed for about an hour, and when I got up to have a pee break, I opened the bedroom door to silence. I walked over to the AC to see that it had been switched off. Mind you, it's not something that can be accidentally switched off. The knobs click onto place and have to be moved with several pounds of force. It wasn't an electrical issue. The knob had been turned. My memory backpedaled. Did I really close the door because of the AC? Or because of downstairs noise? The neighbours are kind of noisy and tend to slam doors, so maybe that was why I closed mine. I did my business and went back in to record, closing the bedroom door again. Another hour or two passed, and I started to pack things up. I opened the bedroom door to head to the kitchen, and guess what was turned back on? the AC unit. The knob had clicked over 2 spots, from off past low fan all the way to low cool. I finally felt justified for being uneasy. Something actually happened that I couldn't explain no matter how hard I tried. But I didn't want to worry my friends or family, and I decided not to say anything. I said some prayers and hoped that whatever was causing this would see itself out. Unfortunately, around this time I got really sick with mono. I ended up taking about 2 months off of work, and R&D stayed downstairs pretty much 24/7 to keep away from my germs. My parents didn't really visit me or anything, but I went to their house a lot to have dinner so that I could eat a meal and not just ramen and pretzels every day. As I was being a potato day in and day out and no longer gone 9 hours a day at my desk job, I started to notice more strangeness happening. There was a smell. I'd be lying down watching TV and a whiff of something rotting would come out of nowhere. It would stay for a couple of seconds max, and then it would be gone. I sniffed the futon, the floor, the bathroom, the bedroom, even stuck my face down in the kitchen trash, but none of it smelled like that. I took the kitchen trash all the way outside, but when I came back in, that quick little waft of hot garbage continued. For weeks it would come and go at random. Eventually, I found it to be localized to my stairs. There was nothing to cause a smell in the stairwell because there was nothing in the stairwell. What was weird was that as soon as you opened the door and stepped onto the second floor hallway, the smell would be gone, replaced by the smell of Dog and Dee's puppy. The first floor smelled like old house and dryer sheets from the basement laundry. One day, after I had mostly recovered from the virus, R came upstairs to hang out on the futon and watch YouTube for a while. I told her about some of the things I'd been hearing and seeing, and it turned out that she shared some of the same experiences. All of a sudden, on the wall behind us, there was a loud knock. R, did you hear that? Me, yeah, it was weird. This is an old house, so it might be wood settling. R, it sounded like someone banged on the wall. Me, yeah, it happens sometimes. I'm sure it's just because we're in the attic. Truthfully, I had never heard that before. And I've lived in many old houses that have settled like that. It was too close to us, too perfect of timing, and way too loud to be a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences anyway. One day, I was in Dee's apartment chilling with his cat, while R quickly went outside with the dog. I was sitting in the kitchen, which was directly underneath the living room and bathroom of my apartment upstairs. While I was sitting there, I heard slow and heavy footsteps upstairs go from one end of the room to the other. With me on the second floor, R outside, and D gone to work, there was no one left to be on the third floor. My apartment was empty. Later, I asked R if she ever heard me walking around up there, and she said no. It was like no one lived there. It didn't surprise me because I'm light-footed, but it did scare me because I could only imagine how big someone would have to be to make loud footsteps like that. At this point, I was still deep in post-viral fatigue and had to quit my job altogether. I was getting ready to move out of the apartment and back home when one day I got a series of Snapchat videos from R. Dee's cat's going nuts downstairs, jumping at the walls in the hallway between the kitchen and living room. He was meowing and looking up at the ceiling, following something invisible with his eyes into corners and along the upper parts of the walls. It went on for several minutes. This cat never meowed and wasn't very playful. He mostly just chilled and slept everywhere, and so R and I were a bit unnerved by the sudden change of behaviour. I later realised that where he was freaking out in the hall was directly underneath where my little black side table sat in the attic apartment. All of these things together had become too much for me, and my parents helped me move out of my apartment as fast as possible. When I had finally told them everything that was happening, they insisted on helping me gather what I would need for the next couple of days, and would hire movers for the rest of it later. My mom finally opened up to me as we were packing. The reason they never came to visit me was because they got an uneasy feeling every time they came over, and she had noticed the smell as well. I couldn't blame her. If I had followed my gut feeling at first, I wouldn't have stayed either, but it crept up on me so slowly, seemed to gaslight me whenever I questioned my surroundings. That day, we made a couple of trips between the houses with a gap after lunch for rest. When we went back later in the afternoon, the door to my apartment was wide open. R had been in Dee's apartment all day, so I asked if she had gone in and maybe forgot to close the door. She said no. She saw that the door was open, but figured we were still there. I specifically remember closing and locking the door, and my mom does too. She watched me do it. She even described the specific way I stood to lock the door, off to the left with one foot on the stairs, which she wouldn't have known otherwise because she hardly ever visited. At this point, I no longer felt safe. As we were packing up my last day in the apartment, the smell came back. This time, the trash was empty. It had been taken out yesterday. There wasn't even a bag in it. My mum and dad were both there, but neither of them could smell it. We got more bags of clothes and blankets, more music gear, and my bookcase. As we began to leave, the sky opened up. I know it rains hard in Pennsylvania, but this was torrential. I had a lamp in one hand and my favourite bass guitar in the other with no case. My dad suggested we wait a minute for it to let up, but it started coming down in buckets. He ran the bookcase out to the car anyway, and Mum and I waited on the porch. What did we do? I don't know. As we waited, it turned into borderline hurricane levels of wind and rain. The huge trees across the street were bending dangerously. The wind whipped through leaves so hard, sending rain down so fiercely, we had to yell to be heard standing right next to each other. It started to rain sideways, covering us even under the shelter of the porch. The only way I can describe it is that it was coming from all directions. I could actually see it coming sideways from left, right and centre. The rain covered my glasses. The wind blew so hard that we were pushed back on our heels, almost falling over each other. I want to get out of here. I don't care anymore. As soon as everything was loaded in the cars, the wind died down. By the time we got to my parents' house, it was sprinkling. Within an hour, the sun was out and the sky was a vivid, almost cloudless blue. It hadn't clicked with me yet that the side table might have been the clue to everything, and so it came home with my parents and me. I remember sitting in the kitchen and telling my mom that I felt like it was staring at me. She said she'd get rid of it as soon as possible and went back to the thrift store. A day or two goes by and my mom makes a trip to see her friend who owns a local antique shop. The woman who owns it has bought the little black end table with the bakelite handle and placed it in a vignette next to a desk, which is topped with various small vintage pieces, mirrors, cards, a terracotta pot with a crown sitting just inside. My mom warned her about the little table, explaining what had happened to us just previously. During this conversation, they both hear a loud clang. The crown that had been sitting in the pot was lying on the floor, 4 or 5 feet away from the table where it rested, as if it had been picked up and flung away. The little black end table was taken back to the thrift store for the final time. About 11 years ago, a close friend of mine passed away. He was in a horrible head-on collision on the highway after having missed his pills and blacking out behind the wheel. The first inclination that something was wrong happened in the form of a gut feeling I often get when something horrible like that happens. I get the sense that something is terribly wrong somewhere, and I never know why at the time I feel it. It throws my day off until I hear the news. In this case, the news came to me the following day. However, when I felt it was the night, it happened. Bad feelings aside, I went to visit with the usual gang, to console everyone over the news that our friend had passed. I learned that his old roommate had received duplicate texts from him, which was hours after his death, each reading exactly, "I'm on my way home now." This hit me particularly hard at the time, and it still haunts me a bit. One final strange thing about this whole arc of events took place about a year or so later. The last place my friend had been before his death was Toronto. He had been visiting a friend there and was on his way home when the accident took place. Around a year later, I found myself in that city for school. I was walking home one day after roaming around the Eaton Centre, passing through Dundas Square. This area is normally very busy during the day, and this was no exception. I passed by someone I was walking down a side street which cut through the university grounds, and caught a glimpse of his face in passing. At first I thought, damn, he looked really familiar. Then it hit me just who it reminded me of. I double-took and glanced at him as he walked away, and it struck me that this person was the spitting image of my friend. Could have been a coincidence, of course, but that really rattled me. And of course, I wasn't going to approach a random person and try to converse with them about such a thing out of the blue. That moment stuck with me, though. It was as if I had witnessed his ghost, or a doppelganger. I live with my grandparents, and my parents live in an RV, parked in the yard. One night, I was leaving the RV to go to the house, and I heard the strangest noise I had ever heard. I'll do my best to describe it. It was like a deep wheeze, so at first, I actually thought it was my dad having a coughing fit. He's a heavy smoker. So I called out to him, with no response. The best I can describe it is like a pig's squeal, overlapped by the sound of an ape roaring or a goat screaming out in pain, with a deep wheeze to the sound. I just stood frozen for a second before I started to feel uneasy as hell. Mind you, it was pitch black outside, so I couldn't see a thing. I called out for my dad one more time without moving from my spot. When I got no response again, I turned around and ran back into the RV. My mom and brother were directly inside, and I guess they could see the horror on my face, because they immediately started asking what was wrong. It all happened so quickly, but I was suddenly shaking and pale. First thing I did was ask where Dad was, the answer to which was in the back, sleeping. I was really freaked out at this point and told them about the sound. My family is not crazy religious, but we are Christian, and my mom insisted only a demon could make a sound like that. I had her walk me back to the house that night and every night after for about a month. It left me afraid to go outside at night for quite some time. The strangest thing to me was all I did was hear a loud noise, yet it filled me with so much fear for so long. I spent ages researching different animals and the sounds they make, obviously focusing on animals that frequent my area, and have found nothing close to the sound I heard. My friend used to live in this apartment that he swore up and down was haunted. He would always tell us stories about hearing noises and objects being thrown from his countertops. We had stayed over on multiple occasions, but never saw anything out of the ordinary. There were even times where we sat in the dark and tried to ask whatever it was to make a noise or move a door. Still nothing. It eventually got to the point that we just assumed he was messing with us, because he would never see or hear anything, but he had all these crazy stories. One night, though, that all changed. We had all gathered at his apartment to stay the night because we were going to an event in the morning and were going to all ride together. That night, we played poker and had some drinks. One of our friends had too much to drink and went to empty his stomach out in the restroom. Being childish as we were, we kept messing with him to the point that he just locked the bathroom door and stayed in there most of the night. The owner of the apartment went to bed in his room, which left 3 of us in the living room alone. It was a 1-bedroom apartment, so the living room was where us 3 would stay for the night. For some strange reason, us 3 grown adults decided to make a giant pillow fort. During this alcohol-fueled construction project, we had set up a large tent for 3, with a small fan blowing air inside to keep us cool. We had turned off the lights and decided to go to sleep. Here's where the encounter starts. Shortly after the lights went out, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, we started to hear footsteps. Given that we had been messing with our poor friend from the bathroom, it was presumed to be him returning the favour. I peeked out from under the blanket roof on our fort to see the bathroom door was still closed and the light showing from under the door crack. You could also see that the bedroom was still closed, with the flashing of the TV showing from under that door. Confused, one of the other guys in the fort looked out from the other side and didn't see anything. We continued hearing footsteps every now and then, but could not see anything. We were all getting a little confused and just ready for someone to pop out and scare us. Not long after, this humming noise began. It began to grow louder and louder. It wasn't like a musical humming, but more mechanical. It eventually got loud enough to sound like car engines from outside. This was even more confusing, given that it was 3 or 4 a.m. and outside was just a parking lot. The noise sounded like the engines were racing, which didn't make sense. It eventually got to a stable audio level, to where it sounded like being under a highway overpass and the constant hum of vehicles going over it. Now all of this happened within 1 to 2 minutes, and all 3 of us were talking and brainstorming about what could be making the noise while this was happening. During all of this, the footsteps were still audible outside of the pillow fort. All of our confusion came to an end when we saw a little spot of light in the darkness. Our friend had a cat which was lighter coloured, and it looked like he had walked right in front of the fan we had placed on the edge of the fort. We all had a sigh of relief to see that it was the cat that was walking in front of the fan, making the noise, and who was probably making all the footstep noises. Now, the living room was very dark, and the only light was street lamps from the parking lot shining through the windows. It was still hard to make out the cat, but it was a lighter ball shape in the darkness. I started to make little pss 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 noises to the cat to get him to walk into the fort with us. It worked. At this point, we realized that the cat did not look more cat-like as it got closer. It stayed that same little ball shape. The orb slowly moved over my legs and my friend's legs, and there was no feeling when it went over us. It was almost as if it was floating. Still thinking this could be the cat, I reached out to pet it. As soon as my fingers touched the ball, it disappeared. Immediately, the humming noise stopped and the room was completely silent, aside from the fan blowing. All 3 of us sat there in the dark, and one of my friends just yelled, "What the fuck was that?" Completely startled by what had just happened. The other friend just kept yelling for one of us to turn on the lights. Nobody wanted to leave the pillow fort. We eventually used the flashlights from our phone to scan the room and kitchen and turned on a light. Needless to say, we dismantled the fort right after and stayed up until around 6 when the sun came up. We went to the event very tired, but we did have quite the story to tell on the way there. Late at night in the summer, there were some families gathered for a birthday party at my friend's farmhouse. Most of the people had already left, but we stayed because our families were good friends. They had set up a fire outside and everybody was gathered around it. There were 4 of us kids in the group, and we were all around 9 or 10 or so. Behind the fire gathering was a medium-sized hill, which us 4 decided to run up to the top and roll down. We did this a couple of times and enjoyed ourselves. From the top of the hill, you could see the farmhouse facing straight forward, and off to the side of the hill was a barn. There was a light somewhere near us that allowed it to where our shadows were showing on the side of the barn. So we would continue going up the hill, see our shadows, and sometimes try to make little shadow puppets and such. Now here's where the spooky part comes. One of the times that we climbed the hill, we decided to try and make letters with our body shadows on the barn wall. We had all lined up 4 in a row, and noticed there was a 5th shadow in the barn. A little confused, we looked around at each other, looking to see if there was a 5th person up there with us. But there wasn't. I remember looking back at the barn, and the 5th shadow, which hadn't moved at all, immediately took off in a running motion and disappeared from view. This startled all of us, and we ran back down to the hill to our parents in the fire. Not sure what it was that we saw, but it definitely freaked us out, and it's something we still bring up every now and then, and are still a little spooked by. Myself and my partner rented our first house back in 2012. Nothing creepy or particularly off-putting about it. Just a standard terraced house on a street of identical houses in a northern town in England. My partner, now wife, was pregnant at the time, so we needed somewhere to bring up our first child. We chose this one as it was in an area we were familiar with and the rent was affordable. When we first moved in, everything was normal, just a standard house, and we set about getting furnishings and all the usual stuff. I used to take my wife to work early in the morning, and I'd drop her off and come back home. The front door opened directly into the living room, and there was a sliding door from this room which went into the kitchen. This had a door going out the back to an enclosed yard, shared with nearby houses and the stairs leading upstairs. There was also a frosted glassed window next to the sliding door, which was presumably once a serving hatch, but now just served to let some natural light in, as the sun never got to the front of the house, due to the narrow street and surrounding houses. Within a few weeks of moving in, I developed a weird feeling, like something was watching me through the window. It wasn't overpowering, but it did get to the point whereby I'd actively avoided looking at it out of the corner of my eye, as some part of me was always worried I might see something on the other side, looking back. I'd always been deeply skeptical of anything paranormal, so always tried to ignore it or laugh it off as just me being stupid in what was an unfamiliar house. That said, the feeling became stronger, to the point that after dropping my wife at work, I'd come home and catch a few hours on the sofa in the living room, as I didn't want to go into the kitchen and up the stairs to bed. The feeling was definitely strongest in the kitchen than on the stairs, and the only way I can describe it is it felt predatory. Like the constant nagging feeling that something was either watching you or right over your shoulder about to rush you, even though there was nothing there. Things seriously escalated after one particular evening. We were watching a Derren Brown TV show where he was disproving the idea of the paranormal and seances. Part of the show asked you to perform a Ouija board at home, and the premise was that he would lead the responses and tell you what results you would get, thereby removing any idea of it being anything more than suggestion and parlor trick. My skeptical nature combined with my wife's belief in the paranormal meant that I was keen to go along with this, to prove how silly her beliefs were. We started the Ouija board and went along with all the instructions, except we didn't get the results the show said we would. We got something far more sinister. When we asked the name of any spirit, rather than the scripted name we were supposed to get, we got the name Ernest. By this point I'm laughing, thinking my wife is pranking me and that Ernest is a stupid name to come up with. My wife isn't laughing though, and says we should stop. Thinking that it's all her, I go along with it. Do you like us living here, Ernest? No. Why not, Ernest? What do you think of me? Rogue. Now, it's worth mentioning that this confused me. My only experience with the word rogue was as various classes in video games. Okay, what do you think of wife's name? Whore. Wife is getting more upset and by this point is really quite distressed. We follow the rules and say goodbye. The glass we were using as a planchette goes to goodbye. The board we were using was made out of scraps of paper with letters and numbers and the usual yes, no, hello, goodbye on them. As my wife was so freaked out by this, I collected them together, put them in a glass bowl, and took them out to the yard and burned them, partially for her peace of mind, partially for my own. That night, we had gone to bed, and around 20 or so minutes after we got in bed, we heard a loud bang that came from downstairs. I went downstairs to check everything, thinking something may have fallen over, but everything was still in place, so I went back to bed. As we lived in a terraced house, I told my wife it might be because the neighbours were banging on the cupboard door and went to sleep. The next night, we went to bed. Within the first half hour of being in bed, the exact same bang from downstairs. This happened every night, no matter what time we went to bed, whether it was 9 p.m. or 1 a.m. Within half an hour, we heard the same bang, always at least once, sometimes twice. We tried to replicate it, and after everything, we discovered that a heavy cupboard door in the corner of the kitchen, when opened, then let go, made the same exact noise. I was pretty intrigued and keen to find out what it was, as we'd never had any signs of pests or vermin. And the cupboard was fixed to the wall about 6 feet off the ground. So I asked my wife to let me set up a camera in the kitchen, recording after we went to bed. She wouldn't let me though, as she said she'd either didn't want to know, or didn't want to antagonize it if it was anything. Things really began to go downhill from here. We would find ourselves arguing over the smallest thing, having full-blown shouting arguments for hours over nothing. Despite normally being a very chilled-out person, often accused of being too laid back, I found myself constantly on edge, in a combination of what I can only describe as anger/anxiety. This didn't happen overnight, and was something that built up slowly with both of us, to the point I didn't notice it was happening until much later. There was no waking up a different person moment, but a slow and subtle change. Despite never having had before, I began suffering nightmares on a regular basis. I would have vivid dreams of family members dying in horrific ways, such as being burned alive. I would wake up screaming or in tears, and my wife would have to spend an hour reassuring me they weren't real and calming me down. Most disturbing was when she said that she'd wake up and toss and turn due to being heavily pregnant, and I'd be laid there with my eyes wide open, staring blankly, like I was asleep, but with my eyes open, and when she told me to close them, I would, with no other reaction or comment. I have absolutely no recollection of ever doing this, and have never done this at any point before or since living in that place. The arguments continued and got worse. The regular bang at night continued, and the overall sense that something was following me, particularly in the kitchen and stairwell, became more and more overpowering. That despite my best efforts to convince myself I was being ridiculous and trying to force myself to walk slowly, I was clearing that flight of stairs 3 steps at a time, filled with adrenaline and my heart pounding in my ears. There was a brief lull in activity in the month or so before our child was born. It was around Christmas, and the arguments had abated and we seemed to get back to ourselves. I thought we'd turned a corner. The nightly bang persisted, but we'd become so used to it, we would now just look at each other and roll our eyes. My wife told me that the kitchen and living room window, and the sense of being watched or followed, was something she was experiencing too. Then, our little boy was born, and everything was okay for the first week or so, but the atmosphere soon began to change. The sense of anger and anxiety began to creep back in, and we started to bicker. The atmosphere was made worse as our newborn baby would just cry constantly, every hour of the day when he was in the house. He'd sleep for 20-minute intervals, and the rest of the time would be spent trying to nurse, wind, feed, distract, play, anything to try and soothe him, but nothing worked. We had him back and forth to hospitals and doctors so many times in the first few months, but inevitably, when we got there, he was calm and sleeping or gurgling happily. The doctors would look at us like we were crazy, and I was beginning to think I was cracking up myself. But then we got home, and the crying would begin again. We were taken in turns to see him at night, but this wasn't helped by the fact I was now apparently doing the weird sleeping with eyes open thing again. It culminated for me one night when I was laid in bed, waiting for the inevitable cry to start, when I saw a shadow form in the corner nearest the window and begin to slowly move across the fitted wardrobes we had in the room. I initially thought it was being created by the curtains against the headlights of a car moving slowly down the road, but it wasn't moving right. The best comparison I can make is like that of ink being dropped into water. The room was dark to try and help our boy sleep, but this was darker than the rest of the room, like a very rich black, and seemed to have shapes like smoky tendrils coming off of it. I laid and watched as it inched along the cupboards and then watched it go around a corner and continue on the wall. I knew at this point it wasn't a shadow, as a shadow would have jumped from the wardrobe to the wall, not creep around a corner that was facing in the opposite direction of the window. I watched it go out of the door and on the stairs. Now, if this was to happen now, I would have noped straight out of the room. But at the time, I remember being oddly mesmerized by it and only starting to feel any kind of fear after it left the room. I resolved not to tell my wife, as we'd already experienced enough weirdness to be on edge, and the idea that I may have just seen a manifestation would have probably upset her even more. It was winter at this point, and the house was constantly cold, not helped by how dark it was due to sunlight being unable to make its way in. No matter what we tried, we couldn't get the place to maintain a constant, comfortable temperature. One room may be red hot, but the other next to it freezing, despite the heating being set to the same throughout the house. The rooms which experienced hot or cold varied from hour to hour. The temperature would spike in a room only to fall again to uncomfortably cold in the space of half an hour. We had a room thermometer for our baby, and we were having to constantly move from room to room to try and find one that was relatively normal. Unfortunately, I found this one place in the house where the temperature remained the most stable, was the stairs and landing. So I'd find myself having to sit there fighting the rising anxiety to run, because it was the one room where our child could either not be overheating or wrapped in blankets against the cold. Around this time, I remember a dream quite clearly where I was talking with a woman, no idea who she was, and saying how dark and cold the house was. She asked me if I knew what that meant. I said no. I remember even how when she said that life needs the light to grow, the only thing that can thrive in darkness is death. It may have been my overactive paranoia or subconscious, but I clearly remember waking up with those words still in my head. Now, when I hear a lot of these stories, I often wonder why people didn't just get out. There's usually excuses about not wanting to surrender their home and fighting for their house. Well, this wasn't our house. We were renting it, and all the combined problems and weirdness got too much. We decided we had to move. We found a house a few miles away and gave our notice on the place. 'Twas the night before we were due to move, and in the early hours of the morning, we heard a piercing siren. We had a carbon monoxide alarm and it was going off. We opened all the doors and windows and got outside. My wife and our boy went to my parents while I waited for the gas engineer. He arrived and immediately condemned the gas fire we had in the living room, which had started leaking carbon monoxide. It's difficult not to think about that. Without the alarm, we could have all been dead. And the fact it happened on the day we were due to leave. I couldn't shake the idea that the two were linked, and something either wanted us not to leave, or to give us a parting gift. I'd like to say we moved and everything was better overnight. It wasn't. The new house started out okay, but the nagging feeling of being followed around slowly crept back. Not as intense, but noticeably there. In this house, we all shared a bedroom and had a lot of stuff still packed in boxes and generally cluttered in a spare room. One of them was a bouncer for our baby. This was a Fisher-Price frog-type bouncer and had eyes on the front, which, when rolled, would play a tune. Around 4 a.m. one morning, and the frog tune starts going off. I immediately looked to the crib next to our bed, thinking our baby might have gotten out somehow, and started playing with it, but he was fast asleep. I did everything I could to get it off again without spinning the eyes, knocking, hitting the floor around it. I tried to tell myself it was maybe the batteries, but this was the only time it ever happened, and we didn't have to change the batteries for the next 2 years or so we had it. The feeling of being watched grew, only now it was strongest from a conservatory on the back of the property. My wife and I had been through enough by this point, and we were now openly discussing the weird feelings with each other. There was a set of double doors between the kitchen and conservatory, and this one particular night, my wife asked that I closed them. I didn't ask why, but did so. About an hour or so later, I decided to go out for a cigarette. As I opened the doors, the glass-panelled French doors of the conservatory were in front of me. It was dark outside, so all I could see in the doors was the reflection of the lit kitchen behind me. As I walked towards the doors, I see in the reflection, very clearly, a black silhouette of a person running behind me. Almost like it was running to the house through the exterior wall and straight through to under the stairs. My first thought was that it was something outside, but as I checked, no one was there. I stood there smoking and thinking, and realised it couldn't have been outside, as the figure passed behind me and was briefly obscured by my own reflection, so it had to have been in the room behind me. I quickly finished my cigarette and went back inside. I sat there mulling it over before telling my wife the next day, to which she said she had wanted the doors shut, as she hadn't felt comfortable about that room all day, more so than usual. We had a similar instance a month or so later, which could have ended badly. Whilst driving and pulling onto the motorway slip road, my wife all of a sudden jumped on the brakes. When I asked her what the hell she was doing, she said a dark figure had just run out in front of the car. There was literally no one around, as the slip road was in a wooded area, away from any built-up spots or paths. I didn't see this myself, as I was in the back of the car with our boy, but my mother-in-law was in the front, and she said she saw it too, and was equally spooked. Gradually, since then, the feelings of anxiety and tension subsided, and we eventually moved again. Mirroring our experience of leaving the last place though, on the day we were moving, we were taking our belongings down the drive to a van, when a roof tile slid off and narrowly missed me, or my brother-in-law who was helping us. We moved to a new house, which, out of all, should have been the most haunted, having been built earlier than the others in the 1830s. This house, however, was the most tranquil and had no such weird atmospheres or happenings. All this was around 6 to 8 years ago now, and we often walk past the first house and have seen it come up for rent many times since, so nobody seems to stay there long. The funny thing is, we both said a few times how when we see it on the market, we both have a desire to go back. We've even talked about going for a fake viewing just to walk around the place. We never have. But even the idea that after everything we still feel an urge to go back to it is something which the rational part of my brain can't really explain. I'm so tempted to go back through all the old census records to see if Ernest ever lived in that house, but so far I've resisted the temptation to take it all over for fear of setting something off again. That, and if finding out that someone did, well, I don't know what I'd like the answer. So I'm employed as a policeman, and I work the night shift in a tiny little town. The population here barely breaks 1,000. Needless to say, I know the town well enough to be able to tell when something is off. Near the centre of town, there's the old school they used before they built the new elementary and high schools. The building is listed as a historical site, and the building can't be demolished, but due to asbestos, renovations would cost the town too much to be worth the work. This school sits within feet of the public library, and behind sits the town's fairground. It isn't an official fairground, but every year they had bull riding and small child shows they put on in the summer. With all of these details out of the way, I'll explain what happened. I noticed the backlight to the library on, which isn't normal since it wasn't all night and it isn't a motion light. So I parked on the north side of the old school grounds. I walked through the fence and had to pass the school to get to the library. I would stop every few feet and listen because the gravel was so loud. When I stopped the second or third time, I thought I heard a squeak in the school, like a door. And at first, I didn't think anything of it, since I figured I was hearing things. The town just replaced all of the windows on this building, so I thought I wouldn't hear the inside. When I investigated the light and found all the doors locked, I was walking back around to my car. As I walked by the school, again I heard a noise in the building, and I stopped and listened, and shined my light, noticing a basement window was broken out. So when I walked up to the window, I looked down and didn't see anything. I kept walking, and I heard the squeal again. It reminded me of those bathroom doors in schools that the hinges always squealed really loud and echoed. When I came around the corner, I saw two cats roughhousing in the dirt. They stopped to watch me, and then both of them turned and looked at a door I couldn't see myself, because it was around another corner. One hissed, and they both bolted away from the school, which put me on edge. I know the school is absolutely not in use, nor are there any plans to use this school anytime soon. Also, the local kids and homeless don't come here, ever. It's a landmark the city as a whole really admires, and hasn't ever been an issue with breaking and entering for a long time. So when I came around the corner, I saw the door, and I walked up to it to see what the cats had run from. I looked for other animals, but that didn't make sense because they looked up as if someone was standing in the window of the door. Not like they would if there was a raccoon or dog that ran off without me seeing. When I looked in the window with my light, I could see a gigantic Raggedy Andy painted on the wall, and I assumed this was the kindergarten section or something. And then I stepped back from the door getting ready to leave, and I heard whistling. It wasn't really loud, but it was loud enough to make me stop. That little voice in the back of my head was talking now and telling me I was just hearing things. But the dude that likes the dump of fear of the unknown told me to go back to the door. So I went back and listened again, and I knew it was whistling, and not like the squeak of an animal or object from inside. It got louder when I came to the door again, and it had a tune, but I didn't know how to describe it. So now, thinking someone was in the school, I went around and checked all the doors, including the second floor door that I had to climb the rusty metal stairs that were more like a death trap. When I couldn't find a way into the school, I checked it all over again. And when I left, I couldn't figure out what it was. The whistling had stopped, and I even hung outside for a few minutes without my light on, just watching, figuring if someone was inside. They would eventually need to use a light to get around or back out. But there was nothing after 20 or so minutes. So I got in my car, circled the block, and parked down the way with my lights off to watch for someone to come out at some point. But no one did, and there weren't any lights inside. I have two younger brothers, and I'm the oldest. All three of us have had this room at different points growing up, and it's currently my room now. When I was young, my mum said that I would talk about the old man in my room, and say that he would just stand in the corner. She said that I was never scared of him, and that I was never that bothered by it. I would always describe him as standing in the same corner of my room, and that he would always smile at me. I grew out of it fairly quickly, and would only mention him on and off for about a year. This is a fairly common thing and can be explained away pretty easily if it weren't for the fact that my two brothers that had the room after me would also describe the exact same thing and even point to the same corner when talking about him. They weren't scared of it either. My youngest brother was the only one of us that never got my granddad, and would tell my parents things like, "Granddad read a story last night," and "Granddad came to see me last night," but still pointed to the same place. I only found out about this a couple of years ago, and it was already in my room again by the time, and both my brothers had stopped mentioning it a while ago by then. My parents obviously never mentioned it to us as kids, so we all talked about it without having any clue we'd all experienced it. We never mentioned it to each other, and none of us can remember anything as we were all pretty young. I don't really experience anything strange in the room now. My bed is currently in the corner of the room we all said we saw him in. The only strange thing I've experienced since is a breathing noise right by my ear when I'm trying to sleep, but I don't feel scared by it. I'm also pretty sure it's just something normal, like the air moving around the room. I know there are much creepier and interesting stories around, but I just thought it was a little weird and might be worth posting. I don't actually believe my room or house is haunted by an old man, but it's such a strange coincidence that we've all mentioned the same thing at different points. I'm certain that I didn't take the idea into either of my brothers' heads, as I'd already grown out of it by the time my first brother was born and completely forgot about it. At the beginning of my freshman year in high school, my mum was diagnosed with late-stage ovarian cancer. It was a huge blow for my family, and especially for me since my dad wasn't around for most of my childhood, and she was the only parent I had. With some context provided, I can get to the actual story I wanted to share. It happened about 3 months after my mum was diagnosed. My school was organising a bunch of Catholic retreats for upcoming Christmas. The retreats would mainly consist of meeting with missionaries, telling about their journeys, and people from our school attending masses together. My relationship with God and faith was mostly on and off for the majority of my life. I come from a devoted Christian family, but I lean more to the agnostic view of the world. I didn't really care for the retreats, but I signed up for them anyway in order not to upset my mom, who already was an emotional wreck. On the first day I attended, I decided that I would go to the missionary meeting, but I would skip the mass with the rest of the people in my group. After leaving the school and heading down the road to the nearest bus stop, I saw a homeless man asking people for money. I have severe social anxiety and hate dealing with these types of situations, so deep down, I prayed that someone would give him money and the guy wouldn't bother me. But unfortunately, nobody gave him anything, and he walked up to me. He looked fairly normal. He had a long grey beard and was wearing a puffy black coat, a rosary wrapped around his right hand. He introduced himself as Marius. I'm Polish, and it's a pretty common name here. Told me that he was recently released from prison, and he needs a bit of money. I'm not the type of guy who thinks that every homeless person wants to use the money given to them for alcohol or drugs, or judges them based on their appearance. So I started to look for some change in my wallet. While I was searching for money, Marius expressed his gratitude and also repeated the story about being released from jail. And out of the blue, he said he can see ghosts. I didn't pay that much attention to it, thinking that he was probably mentally ill. After giving him the money, he thanked me for it and extended his hand for a handshake. I shook his hand, then instantaneously, he put his other hand on mine and said something to the extent of, "I know your mother is very sick. Go to church and pray. God will surely help you." After hearing that, I was completely dumbfounded. I didn't go to the church, but went straight to the bus stop. After that happened, I saw him maybe twice, and every time I did, I had the intense feeling that he was looking straight at me. After those events, I've never seen him again, and throughout the 2.5 years of high school. I've never told the story to anybody, not even my mom. And I hate myself for it, because she passed away more than 15 months ago in a hospice. And maybe if she knew about it, she would have accepted her death much easier. Here's some background. My girlfriend has always had super vivid dreams and nightmares. However, they've always been relatively similar to real life and included no paranormal activity. Until now. About 3 days ago, she had a nightmare which involved a monster/ghost holding her up by her ankle. I thought nothing of her at the time, but now I think it's connected to what happened. I was at her house because we live separately, and we were laying in bed when we started hearing sounds. At first, it was the obvious buzzing of a bug, and one actually came inside through the open window. We both felt like we were being watched as well. Her room is on the ground floor, and outside the window is mostly gravel, so the crunch of footsteps is very noticeable from where she sleeps. We both heard what sounded like scuttling on the gravel and started to feel uncomfortable. She got up twice to look out the window, only to see no one. I heard light breathing from outside, but did nothing so as not to scare her. Both of us were uneasy and felt strange. She heard me talking that I didn't hear, and went to check the window only to find nothing. It started to get late, and so she took me home. In the car, she told me about a lot of the paranormal stuff she'd seen and experienced. As I was saying goodbye, I leaned to give her a kiss. I thought I saw something. There isn't any good way to describe it. It was grey-faced and had very slanted eyes. Its body seemed to be so dark, it wasn't there. It had a large smile and was the stuff of nightmares. I only saw it for a split second and said nothing to my girlfriend, because I didn't want to scare her. She later told me that she thought someone was in her back seat, and so she drove with the windows down, music blasting, and kept checking her back seat until she got home. Earlier today, when I told her exactly what I saw, she said that it was what she dreamed about as well. This was the strangest thing I've ever experienced, and I don't know if anything will top it. So when I was a kid, I lived in a small town in Minnesota. Now, I live in an even smaller town, but compared to most others, it was still pretty small. I was quite young when this started. I'd say about 7 or 8 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom on one gorgeous afternoon, about 85 degrees outside and a cool breeze coming in through the window. My parents were at the dinner table outside my doorway chatting, as we had just finished dinner half an hour ago, and they tended to linger around to have a conversation. I was playing with my toy cars when I just kind of felt like someone was there. I whispered a small hello and was surprised to hear someone respond. It was a girl about my age. We talked for almost the whole afternoon, and at about 4 p.m, I went to talk to my dad. He listened and was pretending to be intrigued, but blew it off as an imaginary friend. Her name was Catherine. She would hurt, but didn't know why. Fast forward to when I'm about 9 years old. It's mid-autumn and my family is raking leaves. To our surprise, the neighbours from across the street call us over to talk. They asked for us for some of the leaves. They needed some to cover their flowers over the winter. We agreed, and my dad stayed and talked with them. He mentioned my imaginary friend. He was in for a surprise. These neighbours were older and had lost their daughter 11 years ago, who was hit in the road in front of their house by a motorcycle with no known driver. Her name was Catherine. And she never knew what hit her. We were shocked to hear this, as there were resemblances that were almost scary. The stories matched, and every day since then has been eerie. Afterward, things started happening and our life fell into a downward spiral. My parents had their midlife crisis, our home was investigated by a couple of crews, who both said I had a very strong presence that seemed innocent. I was diagnosed with depression, and my parents had gotten abusive to each other and divorced. I moved with my mom, and we just happened to have purchased 3 porcelain angels as decoration. Things started calming down, and we started to financially recover. As for my dad, life was far from improving. It was my dad's weekend with my and my little sister 3 weeks later, and he was starting to get closer to an old friend of his. She had gotten him 3 porcelain angels, which he had let sit in the boxes. He continued to fall farther and farther into debt and getting hit with a harsh look. Until the next time we visited him. We arrived at my dad's house and I saw the angels were still in their boxes on the dinner table. And I suggested that he open them and set the porcelain angels up somewhere as decoration. He did. And as he was doing it, the air seemed so still. It felt like the whole world came to a halt to watch. They were up and sitting on a decorative hutch. After that, everything improved for him as well. I'm almost 17 years old, and that still affects me daily. I communicate with Catherine, and she's still not completely at rest. So my boyfriend and I have lived in our current apartment for about a year, with one other roommate. We all get along decently well for the most part. However, right away after moving in, we began to have strange experiences that always seemed to revolve around our roommate. I'm talking about full-on, full-figure black shadow people, weird nightmares, us all having the same or similar nightmares in the same night. Everything. It started with seeing head and shoulder silhouettes peeking into our room from the hallway, or from places in his room when we walked by. My boyfriend at one point ended up seeing the full face of a man with a beard standing approximately 6 feet tall, looking in at us, again from the hallway. My roommate came to me on a separate occasion to tell me he had seen the same man, without knowing what my boyfriend had told me. The strangest part is whatever it is won't cross the threshold to our bedroom, only his. It also mimics his voice. There have been multiple times now my boyfriend and I have been together in the kitchen, and we'll hear our roommate talking, laughing, even coughing when we know he's not in there. Every time it's happened, I've poked my head into the hallway and found his room with the door open. Pitch black inside. I do things to keep our space as safe as possible, and I've heard coughing on more than one occasion from his room, when I'm home alone and lighting incense or sage. I've burned incense and sage when he is home as well, and on more than one instance, he's burst into my room, asking if I'm burning sage, before I've even gotten it to light. So realistically, before he should be able to smell it. He's told us before he used to hang out with people who used Ouija boards, and he openly mocked and made fun of the entities that were being contacted. There have been several nights when my boyfriend and I both have nightmares about getting our throats cut, and we'll talk about it to just each other. And then my roommate would come to me later on and tell me about a weird nightmare where he cuts his friends, families, and his own throat. That one left me with a sinking feeling in my stomach. Anyways, getting to what finally prompted me to post this somewhere. My boyfriend saw a shadow person late last night, standing outside our roommate's door in the infamous hallway. I've seen it standing there in the exact same spot multiple times too. In his own words, it ignored me, like it wasn't even there. It was standing there like it was waiting for him to open the door. All I have to say is luckily, we're moving in with someone else very, very soon. When I was about 10 or 11, my family was driving to visit my grandparents in another town, about 45 minutes, along the same roads we always took. We travelled down country roads, mostly cornfields the whole way. It's literally a left, right for nearly 30 minutes, and then left to their home. Pretty much a straight shot, really. There's homes along the way, of course. On one home, this white house, kind of sad looking, fence sort of falling down, paint peeling off siding, more greyish than white actually. The house is 2 stories, square kind of thing, the lawn not mowed on a regular basis, rusty, crapped out looking vehicle in the driveway. As we're driving by, I'm compelled to look at the house, which I never really do. Usually I'm buried nose deep in a book. Every previous drive to my grandparents, I maybe give it a glance as we pass, if that. Anyways, the moment I look at the house, I'm slammed with a totally different reality. Instead of being in the vehicle with my family, I'm now inside the house. I'm cowering, trying to hide under a kitchen table, which has no tablecloth, and a man is storming into the room, hollering about something. I can only see his legs, but he's a big type of guy. I watch this girl's legs frantically dash up the stairs, which the doorway to the stairs is facing the narrow end of the kitchen table. But the table is too close for me to see all the way up the stairs, because the kitchen is tiny. I can only see perhaps halfway up the stairs. She's like maybe 13. She's slightly older than me in the car passing the house, but older by a few years than me under the table inside the house's kitchen. The man clashes up the stairs in a fury, close on the girl's heels. A lot of screaming and yelling is going on, but I can't make out any of the words. I see the legs all disappear out of sight for a moment, and a split second of terror-inducing silence, followed by the thudding of a body tumbling down the stairs. The man's thrown the girl down the stairs, and as she falls below the bottom half, entering my line of sight, she makes eye contact with me, her two braids dangling down the sides of her face, dishevelled, messed up. Her eyes plead with me to help. Then, suddenly, in a split instant, I'm back in my parents' vehicle, a little ways past the house, with the sudden urge to shout, "Stop! The girl in there is hurt!" As soon as this urge hits me, it's followed by a mental image of a gun. It's around Halloween time, and Fox Family is doing their annual countdown to Halloween shows and movies. We just switched from watching 2020 news, and I'm super looking forward to the Halloween witch-themed movie that's going to be on Fox Family. My mom is one of those people who always switches between two shows during commercial breaks in an attempt to watch two shows simultaneously. We briefly watched a segment of a commercial about a Salem witch trial documentary. I'm like nearly 14 here. I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor directly in front of the TV. And suddenly, I'm no longer sitting in my parents' living room. I'm 18 years old, with red hair, braided and bangs. I'm wearing a dress similar to what you would see on period-clad reenactors of the early 1700s. A crowd has formed around a platform, the one from where the witch is to be hung. I'm hit with an immensely heavy feeling of sadness, and yet I cannot allow the sadness to show if I don't wish to be in danger too. I push my way through the crowd, gently nudging gentlemen and elders out of the way with a polite demeanour, pushing, perhaps a bit more roughly than I intended, out of the way those who are roughly my age and heeding no mind to the children jostling in the crowd. I managed to nudge my way towards the front, stopping about 2 rows people deep from the very front of the crowd. I positioned myself behind 2 other ladies, one with dirty blonde braids that are twisted in a bun, the other with black hair, slightly wavy, under a bonnet or some kind of head covering. The left half of my body is aligned directly behind the blonde. My right is aligned behind the black-haired lady. The blonde is 19, and the other is 22 or 23. We all share the sadness at the misfortune of the witch, yet we must all uphold the image of rage, indignant righteousness, the pride in seeing justice served to this witch who has betrayed us, harmed our community, family, friends. We know it's wrong, and the weight of our sadness is felt keenly amongst the 3 of us. Yet we hold no power to stop this tragedy, and we cannot acknowledge our pain. I gently squeeze the shoulder of the blonde, and nudge the black-haired woman in the small of her back, in an attempt to give comfort. We do not acknowledge one another, but stand in witness to our friend's memory, lest her death shall be in vain. And I'm back sitting on the floor in front of the TV. I'm blinking my eyes and glancing around at my family members to see if they've noticed I've been gone. But I wasn't gone. I'm still there, and even though I was gone for what felt like half an hour, maybe a minute or 2 has actually passed. I'm super confused and feel like crying tears of immense sadness, anger and pain. Nobody in my family realizes something is amiss, and I sit in confusion throughout the entire movie. I go to the bathroom during the next commercial to stare at myself in the mirror, to reassure myself that I'm not actually a redhead. I don't have bangs. I'm vaguely flipping through channels, finally settling onto the History Channel. I'm watching some black and white reenactments of, like, the Battle of Gettysburg or something. Suddenly, I'm a nameless, personless set of eyes watching a woman and two girls, early teens, each hanging from a noose from a wooden frame. Their feet dangling lifeless beneath the hems of their dresses, swaying ever so gently, even though there's no breeze. Almost as if they've been dead only shortly, but not long enough for them to be entirely still. This one was very sudden, as if the next second I'm there, I wasn't. I was someone watching these poor souls dangling lifelessly from their nooses, but I'm there so briefly and then gone. Barely have time to register details of myself and relation. My son's almost 1. It's the night before his first birthday. I've felt uneasy ever since he was born, living in the house that I do with his dad and grandparents. It shouldn't be making me uneasy. The house and land are new construction. I'm anticipating the celebration of his birthday, complete with a cake made in the likeness of his favourite Sesame Street character. I put him to sleep in his crib, which is wedged between the wall and our bed. If he were to climb out successfully, he's likely to tumble onto me, as 2 sides are against the wall. One's against my bed, and the 4th side, the short width of the crib, is the only one that allows a direct floor to the floor. I always sleep with my arm through the slats, his little fingers wrapped around one of mine. I do this so I know if he wakes up crying. I wake the moment he lets go of my finger. In the middle of the night, I'm awoken with a groggy sense of confusion and immediately peer into the crib to check on him, since he's not clutching my finger. I see him standing at the foot of his crib, awake, reaching for me. I'm fully awake now, looking at my son, and thinking he just wants to be held, like he does from time to time. I reach out to him, encouraging him to come towards me, and he does. But something's not quite right. My son doesn't move that fluidly, and I glance down at the other end of the crib, terror rising inside of me. My son is sleeping, and the moment I register this fact, the thing at the other end of the crib becomes full of fury, desperation, and jealousy, and tries to reach me before I grab my son. I snatch my son up, snarl at the thing, "You are my child, get away!" And the instant I have my precious son safe in my arms, the thing vanishes. It's at that moment I realise that thing didn't have feet, simply a bit of space, empty space that existed where feet should have been. It isn't yet midnight, and I sense the risk is not yet over. I flee the room because I need to get into direct moonlight for a bit of protection. Nuts. I have no idea why this thought pops into my head. I don't question it. I bolt and wander through the house, searching for a window spot in direct moonlight. The window in the corner of the living room offers direct moonlight, and I settle into the corner of the room, cradling my son in my arms, and whispering a sort of chant or prayer that pops into my head. I say it 3 times, and make sure to stay within the moonbeams until early morning. As the sky lightens, I fall asleep, holding my child, certain that I've narrowly escaped some horrible thing happening. My son's grandparents are confused to find me the next morning, sleeping in a sitting position with my son in the corner of the living room. The only thing that I'm certain of is that the thing was both full of jealousy and desperation. Almost like that, its last chance was that night. It needed something from me before my son turned 1. Like once my son was officially 1, it was out of chances, and also, I feel certain that it couldn't get what it wanted during daytime. I've just bought and moved into my first home. I'm still getting to know the roads in my neighbourhood, still getting confused on exactly which street I'm to turn on to navigate through the oldest subdivision I now call my home. It's not like the cookie-cutter newer ones you see today. My son's now a toddler, in his car seat in the backseat of my car. I'm driving almost to the stop sign at which I turn left to go home. As I'm slowing down to a stop, reality shifts. I'm a Native American boy, 12 years old. I'm wandering through a wooded area, not densely forested, but spread out, lightly wooded. The ground is soft, damp. I'm following a slightly muddied, slightly dried dirt trail. The trail is not often used, but used often enough that about 6 inches in width is barren of newly growing plant life. It's a sunny day, and the light is flickering through the trees and leaves, and I'm wandering in search of something. I need to find myself and who I am, and nature's silence, which isn't entirely quiet, is comforting. I know I'll eventually find myself, but I'm taking comfort in this journey. A sense of calm seriousness permeates each step I take. I'm at once entirely familiar with this stretch of land. I know each branch, tree, rock, pebble and stone, like I know each crease and fold of my skin. Each bit of my body and its movements, each intimate thought in my head. And then, I'm back behind the steering wheel of my car, sitting at the stop sign, my toddler babbling away happily in the back seat. The only confusion and discomfort I feel with this one is that not that I was somewhere else, but that there's a lingering of the trees around me where houses should be. The scenery is exactly as what I, the boy, was seeing, with the exception that the stop sign is real, and everything inside my car is real. But the landscape outside isn't the neighbourhood in which I live, but rather the one through which I, the boy, was wandering. Almost like two different landscapes from two different times failed to separate completely. Yet I feel strongly that both places are the same, just that they existed at two different times. It takes me a few moments before the landscape around me switches back to the neighbourhood, houses, and the cars that it actually is. After moving into my house, whenever I was using the bathroom or showering, I would close the bathroom door. Every time, without fail, the door would gently swing open while I was either on the toilet or in the shower. At first, I just assumed that I failed to shut the door completely, or that my son, a toddler at the time, was opening it. When it started happening while I was the only one home, or my child was asleep, I began to feel that something wasn't quite right. I never felt threatened, just annoyed. I started to get out of the shower to reclose the door, only to have it swing open again. I'd check that the door was firmly shut and would tug on the knob a few times before getting into the shower. Each time, the door would gently swing open, to my dismay. I knew the house had previously been owned by an older woman who had been moved to a nursing home and had been vacant for some time when I bought it. Beyond that, I really didn't know much of who lived here prior to me. I started asking neighbours and got bits and pieces of the home's history. I was informed that it was owned by a couple who'd built the house after their children had grown and moved on, and that the husband had passed prior to the wife, who was still alive when I bought the house. No child has ever lived in my home until my son, and that it had originally been located a few streets over from where it currently sits. I'm the second owner of the home, as the couple who built it lived here, and I'd purchased it from the wife, through her daughter with POA. There was a bit of discrepancy over when exactly the husband had passed. I'd heard 10 years prior to my purchasing the house, to 2 or 3 years prior to the lady being moved to a nursing home. After thinking over why the bathroom door always opened, and why it never did so if my boyfriend was home, it always opened when it was just me, or me and my son. It never opened on me if anyone else was in the house. I was puzzled over this, and I just couldn't figure it out. I finally mentioned this to my boyfriend, and he jokingly said I must have a lovesick ghost following me around. I laughed it off, but the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if it was indeed a ghost or spirit. I never felt threatened or uncomfortable, I just didn't know what to make of it. So one day, I'm showering while my boyfriend is out with son, and the door gently swings open. I step out of the shower, go close to it, and once I ensure it's tightly shut, I climb back in. But curiosity gets a hold of me, and I keep my head poking out from the shower, eyes trained on the door to see if it opens again. Within a few minutes, sure enough, the door gently swings open again. Exasperated and slightly annoyed, I say, "Your wife isn't dead, she's still alive, but lives in a nursing home now. I just want a shower without the door opening, please. I bought this home and I live here now with my boyfriend and our child. Your wife lives in a nursing home now." And the door has never swung open since. So I was 11 when this happened. I was staying at my father's house. He had lived in a shared community home and they gave him the attic. It was a great size and it had a jacuzzi in the bathroom. Now, this is in Malden, Massachusetts. The house is very old. I mean very old. Everything creaks when you step on it and the windows have fancy old locks in the attic. It was the only room in the entire house with such locks. My parents had just divorced recently, and my dad moved here to have his own place temporarily, until he could afford a place on his own that wasn't shared. He normally went to work early, around 9 AM, and I was left in there by myself. I really wasn't scared of doing so. Now, my father had been interested in witchcraft. He considered himself a white witch. I was fine with it, as long as he was happy. Before we left for work, he went into the closet and shut the door. I heard him cast his spells or whatever, I don't know, but it was in a mumble. He bought a miniaturized pan with a candle inside of it with him. I thought nothing of it, until he left for work. Strange things started happening the minute he left. Bathroom door randomly closed. Now I know what you're thinking. Old house equals drafts that may close it. No, sir. This door had a doorstop under it, and I know it did prior to it closing because I had just put it there. Since he had already left, who was there to move it? But I was like, whatever, and slid it back under the door. But the minute I did so, I heard a creak by his dining table. Now, this attic isn't that spacious, but it's a great distance between the table and the bathroom. Still, I thought nothing of it. I carried on as usual, playing Xbox 360 for a few hours. He gets home late around 11, and now it's about 7-ish o'clock. It got dark very quickly, and I had the light of the TV and ceiling light to keep me sane. But oh fuck, the power goes out on the whole block. I look outside, not a street lamp at all. Now it's pitch black outside and in, and the only light is the moonlight. I'm fucking scared shitless. Then the bathroom door closes again. No draft. I put the doorstep under it and it still closes. But this time, it didn't sound soft. It was a light slam, as if someone had pushed it shut. And I swear to God, it felt as though not one or two, but 3 people were standing near me. Goosebumps hit, and I swear I could hear a light whisper coming from the closet. I'm almost to the point of crying when the power cuts back on and all the doors in the room swing open with force. And in the corner of the room, a tall, shadowy figure with a somewhat church-looking hat stood. Tears fill my eyes, and the fucking thing turns around to reveal a Moses parting the Red Sea wide smile. But that's the thing, no other features besides a smile that I could remember before I fainted. My father came home and cussed me out for having all the lights on, but I was so confused. I'll never step foot in that house again. Luckily, I was leaving the next day. I just got home from a deployment overseas, and the first stop I made was to my dad's to see my little siblings. My sister's 5, my brother's 3, and my second sister is almost a year now. They live in Lowell, in a quiet neighbourhood, far from the old house my dad used to live in. Everything and everyone was pretty normal as I remember. My sisters share a room, and my brother has his own. However, they all sleep in one room when it's time for bed. I sleep in my brother's room when I come over. So one night, I'm playing around with all of them, trying to be a good big bro, when my sister, 5 years old, asks me, "Who's that?" "Who are you talking about, Micah?" She points towards the door to the hallway, which is opened, and shows the long hallway to the other room. Confused as I was, I said, "There's nobody there." She continues staring down the hallway, and I ignore it, figuring it just to be her imagination at work. But here's the question that made my hair stand up. Why is he wearing that hat? Frustrated at this point, I get up and walk down the hallway, looking around and telling her there's nobody here. My dad walks upstairs and my other sister begins crying from the other room. I return to Micah and my little bro, and she's still staring down the hallway. She looks over at me and says, "I don't think he likes you." "Why doesn't he like me?" I respond, "Because he can't get you anymore." Now at this point, I'm fucking anxious. Could she be seeing what I saw a decade ago? After this point, she stops speaking of this figure and returns to playing as normal. I ask her about it later, and she says, "I don't know what you're talking about." Definitely weird. And why couldn't my little brother also see what she was talking about, since he was right there with us? Any information on the Shadow Man that anyone has would be nice to hear. So I live in a pretty old house. It's about 80 years old. The house beside me is actually the oldest house in my town. I believe it's over 200 years old, or at least close to it. I barely have any encounters in my house, but I do know something dwells inside. Whether it's a spirit or what, I don't know. My first experience with it was when I was about 16. I remember being in my room watching TV, and then I was called to eat supper, so I got up, went in the kitchen, fixed my food, and walked back in my room. But as soon as I opened the door to my room and took a few steps, I hit what felt like a wall, and I spilled my food everywhere and knocked me back a little. But I was horrified to see that I literally ran into nothing I could see. But there was something definitely there, just was invisible. I stood there, dazed and terrified. I couldn't move because I was too scared to, but I eventually stuck my hand out to see if it was still there, and there was nothing. So I cleaned everything up, went back and got more food, stuck my hand out in case it happened again. But it was fine, so I sat down and ate, and nothing happened again for a while. And I never told anyone about it, because it was so stupid and no one would believe me. My second encounter didn't happen for years and years later, but it was while I was sleeping. I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep, when I heard what sounded like scratches coming from within my mattress. It didn't bother me, but it did confuse me, because I thought it could be a mouse and just wasn't sure how it got in my mattress. Then, I began to hear it in the walls, which again didn't faze me, just thought it was a mouse. As I was laying there, I felt a tug above my head. I sleep with the blanket over my head, it just feels more comfortable to me. Still didn't faze me. I thought it was from the blowing of my fan, but then the next tug literally took the blanket off my head. I got jumped out of my bed fast as fuck, turning my light on. I thought it was a mouse still, and it was pulling my blanket with its teeth or something. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find anything, and the scratching stopped as well. I lay back down and fell right asleep. Nothing ever happened again. I'm not sure what it is or what it wants, but I believe it likes to mess with me every once in a blue moon, and honestly, that's completely fine with me, as long as it never gets worse. Around 2011, my older cousin bought a small 2-bedroom single house in a quiet neighbourhood for retired folks. The house was very small, with only 850 square feet of interior space, but it sat on a large plot of land. We could have easily fit 2 more houses like it on that lot, and still would have nice leftover space for yards and gardening. I was still a college student at the time, and I lived with my cousin. When he bought the house, I moved in with him. There were the 2 of us living there. According to the real estate agent, the house had been abandoned for around 3 years. The previous owner basically left it unmaintained and moved to a different state. The house had 1 main floor, a small attic, and an unfinished basement. The first time we walked in, the floorboard was already rotted out. You could see the basement through it. Everything was in horrible condition, and we would have to do major restoration to make it livable again. The property also had a small storage shed in the back of the lot. My cousin got a great offer, so we took the deal without much hesitation.
weird things started to happen when we began our restoration work. One day, while we were working in the bathroom, my cousin told me he had to go to Home Depot for some stuff, and so he left. I heard him open the front door, get outside, close it, and turn on his car, and actually drive away. I was taking apart the old boards that were nailed on the bathroom walls. My back was facing the bathroom door. 5 minutes after my cousin left, the bathroom door, which was opened, started to slowly move to the closed position. I knew because I could hear the creaky old door sound it made. I turned around and saw the door continue to close on its own. Then it stopped as it touched the door frame, then bounced back a little. I thought, maybe it's just the wind. Then suddenly, the door pulled itself shut tightly, as if there was someone on the other side of the door pulling it. It happened right in front of my eyes. I was only 4 feet away from it. No wind could have done that. Plus, all the windows were closed around the house, so there couldn't possibly be any wind. You might think that maybe the AC caused it. No, this old house didn't have central AC. We had to put in window AC units afterwards. At this point, I thought my cousin was messing with me, so I called out to him, but there was no response, just silence. I opened the door, continued to call for him, telling him to stop joking. My cousin wasn't there. I checked the parking lot. He was gone. I even got outside and did a parameter check. No one was there. I still can't explain what happened. After the restoration was done, we moved in. My cousins sometimes went on business trips for weeks, and there would just be me in the house. The following happened whenever I was alone in the house. One night, I was studying and had my headphones on. I heard sounds of someone walking around in the basement, which was directly below my bedroom. It sounded like they had slippers on, and I could hear the sound of the slippers dragging on the concrete floor in each step. What's weird was that I couldn't pinpoint exactly which direction it's coming from. It's a strange sensation that the sounds were coming from the back of my head, just right behind me. The only reason that made me think it's from the basement was because the basement was the only area in the house that had concrete, and could have made that concrete slipper dragging sound. So I took out my headphones. The sounds of footsteps still went on. The volume of the sound stayed the same, with or without headphones. I thought my cousin had come early, so I called out to him and got no reply. I took the flashlight and went to the basement to check it out. It was dark and quiet. No, my cousin had not come home, and no one else was there. This happened like 3 or 4 more times within the first 2 months I lived in that house. After that, I didn't experience anything unusual anymore. My cousin never felt or saw anything weird, but he seemed interested in my stories. His girlfriend, now wife, who had been to the house every other week or so, also expressed her uneasy feelings during her stay. By 2016, during a thunderstorm, the thunder struck our storage shed in the backyard and burned everything inside it. Luckily, the house was untouched. I came home from work only to find a police officer waiting at the front. He told me what had happened and said it's an act of God, and our homeowner's insurance would compensate for the loss. In our Asian culture, people say that when thunder strikes somewhere, often it's to strike down a malevolent force or spirit. We quickly came to a realization that this thunderstrike was more than just an accident. I got my own place and moved out a few months after the fire. My cousin brought another house with his wife a year after that. He still owns the creepy house, and it's been left unoccupied since 2017. He plans to tear the old house down and build a larger one to take advantage of a large loss of land. My family is of a French religion that believes in the after death and in contacting them. My grandfather and father say they can see or hear things. I myself have been a skeptic for a long time, but strange things have been happening for some time that make me question my beliefs. First thing, my ex-girlfriend and I were in the living room watching a movie at dawn, and suddenly I saw a shadow figure out of the corner of my eye going down the stairs that led to my living room where we were. I, doubting the veracity of what I had seen, decided to not care. Soon after, my ex asked me, "Did you see that?" I answered yes, summarising the progress. We both saw the figure, were afraid and went up to the room. Second thing, dreaming with the dead. I've had a few dreams with deceased people that I knew talking to me. My father says it's my way of getting in touch with them, but as I said, I'm quite sceptical. Third thing, sleep paralysis. I've had sleep paralysis my whole life, but the last few have been dark. Example, me and a cousin broke into an abandoned factory, and on the same day, I had sleep paralysis, where I could hear voices saying, "We shouldn't have gone there." My cousin, also on the same night, hears footsteps and knocks on the door of the isolated house where he lives. I've had other bad experiences with sleep paralysis, which according to my father are caused by an obsessive spirit that tries to torment me, but none as horrible as the one I'm about to tell you. This happened today. I went to bed around 1 a.m. and woke up around 4 a.m. hungry. I go down to the kitchen, drink some yogurt and eat a cookie. I go up again to my room. I lie down and fall asleep, but not quite. I stay awake, half asleep with the fucking sleep paralysis. In front of me, next to my bed, I see a figure's head moving frantically, as we see in horror movies, serious shit. I wake up, or at least I think I wake up. I sit on the bed, but something is wrong. I feel a strange presence in the room. I run to the bedroom door, but I don't get there. I wake up again, this time seeing a black arch on my bedroom ceiling. Inside the nightmare, I try to leave my room and go to my father's room. My parents sleep in separate rooms. When I get there, I open the door. He's sleeping. I try to wake him up, but he doesn't. I wake up again, suspecting that I'm still in a dream, but I'm totally confused. I get up from the bed and walk over to my bedroom door. Halfway there, I feel a presence behind me. I look back, and it is me, with a demonic smile on my face. I wake up again. I run to my mom's room, scared to death. She's sleeping, but wakes up. I tell her that I was having nightmares and ask to sleep next to her. I'm an adult man, so imagine the fear I was about to ask to sleep next to her. I lie down, she starts laughing viciously. I get chills, but I'm not an easy guy to scare. I look at my mother and she has the same smile as me in my previous dream, laughing as if enjoying my suffering. I get angry and ask that if he's tormenting me. I grab the thing that is both my mom and the thing by the neck with anger and choke her. I woke up again, this time to have another paralysis, within the ordinary this time. And then I really woke up, glad to be really awake this time. I'm 22. I used to have sleep paralysis almost every night, and as vivid as some of those times were, the demon, its voice in garbled language. The thing that freaked me out the most is I never had sleep paralysis on a night that my dog slept in my room. Not once. I spent lockdown alone, and one night I had sleep paralysis, the first time in a long time. I woke to being paralysed in my room on the second floor, and looked around my room as far as my eyes would allow. Everything was normal. My lava lamp I left on was rising and falling, and a breeze was blowing through the open window, causing the blind to gently knock against the frame. I sleep with my bedroom door open, a habit I picked up when I lived on a boat for a few years, and just got used to very little privacy. It just feels more normal for me. Having the door open, I hear everything in the flat if need be, and I always wake if there's a sound out of the ordinary. Another sailing thing. After a few seconds, I hear the door rattling downstairs on the ground floor. The door into my flat. My first thought is someone is breaking in, and I'm fucking paralysed at the moment, so I start to freak out. More so than the normal being on edge because of the sleep paralysis. That's when I hear the door swing open forcefully and then slowly fall back onto the latch. It's then pushed and clicks back to being shut. My heart drops out of my ass at this point, but it doesn't get any better from here. An adult male voice that is mockingly high-pitched, like a grown man pretending to be a young child, in a sort of nursery sing-song melody, jeers this up the stairs clearly and loudly. "You weren't scared before I got here, but cannot move now I'm near. You're sticky stuck with fear and glue. Now hear me come to find you." Immediately after it finished taunting me, it began to run up the stairs. It sounded like 2 steps at a time and was heavy and fast. I heard each loud thud, the floorboards creak with the pressure and bounce back when released. I heard it make it to the landing and run around to the second set of stairs. Thud, creak, release. Thud, creak, release. Thud, creak, release. Just when it should have made it to my doorway, I could move. I shot up and out of my bed with my heart racing, ready for whatever my fate was to be. Nothing came though. I had a good search around the flat, locked the door to my flat. It wasn't previously locked, as it isn't the door to the street, and I trust my one neighbour to not kill me in my sleep, and basically went back to sleep. I tried to stay awake, but I was extremely tired and kept drifting off. The rhyme was honestly terrifying and very new, but since I used to have sleep paralysis regularly, I've started writing a lot of poetry, so I will explain the song that way. It still creeps me the hell out though. Not my visual sleep paralysis by any stretch, but the most terrifying and most audibly vivid by far. It was the year 2010, and for some reason, my friends were always talking about using a Ouija board, and if one of us finds one, grab it. At the time, the mall close by, we had a Spencer's, and I saw a Ouija board for sale. I bought it and invited my friend to come over. We were both skeptical, and I trusted her. So we went to my dorm room and decided to play. So we set it up on a makeshift table in the middle of the room and started it off. "Ouija, Ouija, are you there?" The board pointed to the yes, and I looked at my friend. "Did you do that?" She looks at me. "No, why the F do you think? Are you messing with me, Grumpy?" I looked at her and said, no. So we went back to ask, "Are you from the sun or from the moon?" The pointer points to moon, and it just feels nasty in there. But again, me being skeptical, I thought my friend was messing with me and continued on. "What's your name?" It doesn't answer. So I ask it what it wants, and then the thought moved violently and quickly and spells out my friend's name. I look at her and she's trembling and scared shitless and yells at me to stop and to tell her I'm not doing shit and she must be, and both of us are panicking. I ask it one last question. "How?" "KILLYOU," and then spelled my name. Then the room and shit falls off the wall, and I thought I ended, and I said goodbye, but my friend wouldn't touch it and I never got an answer back. The next day, I drove as fast as I could to return that board. Nope, not doing it. Usually Spencer's has no return, but clearly shaken up, the manager approved it and I left. Paranormal Activity 2 came out this year, and I decided to go see it with a group of friends. After I take everyone home and head back home, I'm heading to my dorm room and my vehicle stalls on a railroad crossing. Yes, no reason, just stalls. At this point, I had just gotten it and there was no mechanical issues and it just won't start. Finally, I get it to restart and Highway to Hell blasts through the radio. And out of nowhere, a train is coming. Fuck, no, move. My seatbelt's stuck, my vehicle won't move. And then out of nowhere, my vehicle finally moves and I can control the radio again. Rather than go back to my dorm room alone, I drive to my mum and dad's house and stay there until morning. I wish that was the end of it, but it isn't. 2011, I ended up having to move back with my parents due to some financial struggles and help raise my nephew. And so I helped out a bit too. From 2011 until 2014, I would experience strange episodes of a cross in my bedroom being turned upside down, intense suicidal thoughts. One night, a friend of mine decided to come over. We would have stayed at my place, except the cross kept turning around. I thought it was my sister and her friend messing me, until I saw the cross move all by itself. At this point, I knew I needed to get as far as I could from this place, and fast. 2014 until now, I haven't had any encounters. I don't know what it was. I just know it scared me to death, and I will never forget the fear. I also try to avoid railroad tracks. To this day, my parents and friends say I'm crazy, but I experienced what I experienced. I'll never touch another Ouija board again. I got chased by a satanic cult once when I was a teenager, running around at 2 a.m. with my friend. But that was near the population. And I've run across ritual locations where whatever they summoned wanted an offering from me, way out in the Sierras. A tad bit of background. I grew up on a hill only a good 300 feet tall, to the east of Silicon Valley. Could see the valley looking west and a large lake looking east, with no roads or anything all the way to Highway 5. A rich dude purchased land for a golf course and country club. This was about a quarter-mile from my home. It was one of a kind, with a tennis court, golfing, several pools and a hot tub. 5-year round-type buildings and different functions, weightlifting, aerobics, party spot, etc. Then there was a maybe 10k foot building down a bit further past the last swimming pool. Weddings, events, whatever. We at a certain point began calling it Motel Hell. This was when I was around 5. We went there a lot. At some point, the developer decided to abandon it. Pools turned green and then dried up. We were in our early teenage years at this point, running about, toilet papering neighbours, running about in the middle of the night, as we were invincible. Shooting flare guns at cops, etc. Doing things that would get you thrown in jail as a terrorist these days. Sad how that has changed. We had seen the ritual drawings and such in the various locations around the place. Learned about some of them from the library. When we were going to the 10k foot party location, there would be large drawings on the floor, walls, etc. We would all notice that even if it was 100 degrees outside, it would be cold almost to see your breath. We knew people were there at night because our bus stop was in the parking lot, and we would spend mornings breaking the many hundreds of bottles left sitting around by the older teenagers at night. My friend's house, which was just over from the driving range, he moved in and could see invisible writing on his walls at certain times of the day. Invisible ink creates a ritual space for magic and not good stuff. He had some difficult times. I witnessed a lot of weird shit. Anyway, we were out running around at about 2 a.m. one Friday. We could see lights in the club, and decided to sneak up and around through the golf course from the back because there were more bushes and trees. We crept up, got into earshot and sight, and saw them performing rituals. After a few minutes observing them, one suddenly turned in his robes and pointed out into the dark towards us. Not sure what he said. They all sprinted out into the dark towards us. Not like they could catch us, but they tried for a good hour. The other one was a witch's dealio I ran across fishing in the High Sierras near Camp High Sierra, the Boy Scout camp. I'm a 30-year-old father of 3. This all started in 2009 or so when my eldest daughter was very young. There had been a snowstorm, and a few of my friends were trapped at the house that my girlfriend, my daughter, my brother and I shared. Out of the people who were there, the only believers in the group were me and my brother. My daughter was sitting in her high chair eating dinner when she suddenly looked down the long hallway to the utility room from the living room. She stopped eating and locked in a silent scream and slapped all of her food off the high chair. I removed her from the seat as fast as I could and handed her off to her mom. My brother, her friend and I stood in the doorway blocking whatever it may be from the girls. At this point, the air was buzzing. Something felt very strange. Then my daughter finally takes in a breath and starts screaming, "Adaman, Adaman, Adaman." We of course all bristle at this because she doesn't really speak a lot at this point. Finally, the energy in the room goes down. After this, Some other occurrences happened, but it's a lot, and I would hate to type it out for people to not even read it. The reason I'm writing now is that it's somewhere near a decade later, and now my youngest daughter is around the same age my oldest was at the time, and she's saying a lot of things that make me think it's the same thing. During the winter of 2009, there was a big snowstorm that hit my small Oklahoma town. If you know how the southern states deal with snow, you understand that this is a big deal. The snowstorm knocked the power off and over the period of a few days. This incident happened when the storm first hit. My brother, my girlfriend at the time, a couple of friends and I had pretty much been snowed in. The power was hanging in there. I'd made my daughter some chicken nuggets for dinner, and she was sitting in her high chair eating them. She had been eating for a few minutes when she stiffened in a silent scream and stared into the long hall that reached the length of my house. Instantly, the energy in the house had changed. There was almost a buzzing in the air. My friend, my brother, and I jumped up and put ourselves between the girls and whatever had scared my daughter like this. After she saw something, she thrashed her chicken nuggets off of the high chair, trying to get out. So my then girlfriend grabbed her and was holding her. We could all feel something looking at us. We assumed maybe someone had walked through the back door at the end of the hall, but we couldn't see anything. Then, my daughter started to scream, crying "Adaman" over and over. The friend that was there was a skeptic. He didn't believe in anything paranormal until this incident. The buzz in the air finally died down. We asked my daughter about what she saw, and the best she could tell us through baby talk was that it looked like Daddy with long wet hair, like Mommy. Obviously, it wasn't this clear, but I'm translating from toddler a little. So this was the start. A few days later, my daughter started having nightmares about what she called the blue eyes. The best we could gather was it was a group of kids, and all she could see was their blue eyes. One night, I woke up from a dead sleep and saw someone standing behind my fan. They were kind of hunched over, looking between the blades. Then I suddenly heard my daughter start crying at the top of her lungs. The figure dusted away. I used the word dusted because it was like the person just came apart. Normally, I would assume this was a lucid dream or something, but my daughter happened to cry in the middle of it. I jumped up to check on her, and as soon as she saw me, she said, "The blue eyes set the baby on fire." This is word for word minus baby talk. At this point, I reached out to a family friend. She made me a bag to sew into my daughter's teddy bear, and I did. My daughter's nightmares stopped, and we didn't have any more related incidents. Myself and the girlfriend broke up a few years later, and I moved to Texas and had some roommates, but only had visitation with my daughter. Nothing that happened ever seemed as if it was related to the earlier incidents, so I pretty much forgot about it. In this house in Texas, I started having issues with sleep paralysis. I would occasionally wake up and see a big pair of chattering teeth in my closet and wouldn't be able to move. I would eventually doze back off. I said to someone that it never bothers my stepson, and upon speaking about it to my wife last night, she thinks it may have. A few years after the sleep paralysis, my wife and my stepson came into my life. My stepson would often have nightmares, but one night he complained of being scared to sleep. This is normal because he's only 3. We asked him why, and he told us there were scary teeth in my closet. Not necessarily related, but it's worth mentioning. Years after that, we now have a 3-year-old little girl. She's very smart and advanced pretty fast with her speech, so she's pretty much understandable just before her 2nd birthday. She always had issues with sleep. She started telling her things about a baby scaring her when she was sleeping. A little while later, she started talking to us about random things. She's riding her car seat one day and tells us she saw me last night, but I was a spirit. She starts referring to this spirit as Spirit Daddy. Apparently, she follows Spirit Daddy around the house as he and his friends with blue eyes go into each of her siblings' rooms and jump and play. They crawl on the walls and play on the beds, then go to the next room and do the same thing. Then they run and hide until next time. So 2 of my children have described me as some kind of spirit with long hair, coming and interacting with them. The spirit daddy also apparently has friends that have blue eyes and are kids. For the record, this isn't like a family legend that we talk about. After the first occurrence, there was a kind of hush order on the Adaman. We didn't want repeats or for the kids to have nightmares when they were older. So some of these things have only just come up recently, one of them being consistent nightmares and manipulation of objects. So first off, at roughly 11 PM almost every night, something quickly runs along the deck outside, approaching my window, and only if even a single light is on. It hits the window very hard 3 times. One time when all the lights were off and the blinds were closed, I was on my phone and I heard footsteps quickly approaching, so I turned my phone off and hid it. Surely enough, when the footsteps got to the window, they went away as quickly as they came. Another time, I did the opposite for the sake of testing and sat in the corner of my room as far away from the window as possible, with all the lights off, blinds down, and only my phone on at the lowest brightness. When the footsteps got to my window, it bashed on it 3 times and then ran away. That part has been persisting for 2 months at this point. On to the next part. Most recently, I'm talking last night, things escalated a little more. Of course, there were footsteps as well, which I could handle without freaking out at this point. But when I went to sleep after that, I had a nightmare for the first time in many years. I have a fear of clowns, but that's pretty much gone at this point. However, it came back as of last night. So basically, in this nightmare I had, I was in an asylum that was completely abandoned and run down, with red emergency lights that ran along the hallways, bathing in a blood-red tint. As I walked the hallways, I heard a faint sound of jingling bells echo through the hallways. This only made me panic a little more. I quickened my pace until I turned a corner to see a small figure standing at the end of a hallway, with a jester hat on its head and bells on each tip. I then quickly sprint in the opposite direction and get cut off numerous times by the small figure. I then decide to hide in one of the cells and hope that it loses its attention. Then, I hear the jingling of the bells and lights but slow footsteps approaching the metal door for the cell I'm hiding in. Me being me, I accidentally swear under my breath from being nervous. The footsteps and jingling then stop for a second. Then I hear strong pounding on the door, and it finally gives way after the 3rd impact, revealing a small clown doll. It then lunges at me, but I smack it to the side and it lands in some sort of contraption, like a paper shredder. I watch as it gets completely decimated, and I continue my search for an exit. As I do this, I feel an object in my pocket, and it's the clown's head. No matter how many times I throw it away, it always comes back. I then woke up from the nightmare. Everything seems normal until my parents say that we're going on a tour of an asylum. I think nothing of it and think that it would be kind of cool. However, as I get to the parking lot of the place, the memories of the previous nightmare come flooding back. I look around for the small clown, but it's nowhere to be seen. As my family and I traverse the halls, they all disappear one by one when I'm not looking. And with each family member, the lights get dimmer and dimmer, and the place gets more run down until it looks exactly like my previous nightmare. Everything then proceeds exactly as it had in the nightmare until I'm left hiding in the same cell. But I look for the paper shredder thing that was next to me and it's not there. I then properly woke up this time. I check my phone and for the time and it's about 3 AM. Then, as I put my phone down, I hear my door suddenly open, only enough so there's a tiny gap. I quickly rush to get up and close it. Needless to say, the LED lights in my room were coming on after that. With that done, I went back to sleep, this time with no nightmares and no dreams. Back in 2019, I had just moved into a new house with my family, and my room was in the basement. Me being a teenager, I wasn't complaining. I was down there often just watching YouTube and enjoying the privacy. Well, one day, I'm laying in bed watching YouTube when my dog Daisy jumps up. Ears up like a Doberman, teeth out, hair up, staring at the door, growling and barking. 10 seconds later, she abruptly stops, whimpers, and runs to me. From outside my door, I hear 3 knocks, followed by a low, guttural growling from the other side of the door. It sounded like a wild animal, and to this day, I still can't take a guess at what kind of animal. I've heard wolves, bears, dogs, and lions growl, and it wasn't like any of them. Originally, I thought it was my sister who loves to play pranks on me. So I get up, not thinking anything of it, and swing the door open so I could catch her in the act. But she wasn't there. Now I just think, oh, she's probably hiding somewhere down there. I'll find her and scare her back. I checked everywhere. My bathroom, the main basement area, her playroom, even the storage room. Nothing. I knew she hadn't gone upstairs because our stairs are super creaky and she's a heavy walker. There's no way I wouldn't have heard her. But still, not super suspicious. I put it off and went back to the room and continued what I was doing. About 2 minutes later, I hear the same 3 knocks, and my dog, now on my bed, is up again growling with her tail between her legs. At this point I'm frustrated and swing the door open to nothing again. I walk upstairs, go outside, and proceed to yell at my sister for trying to play pranks on me. My mom and dad looked at me super confused, and my sister swears she never went inside. My parents back her up with a concerned and very serious face. Now, I'm genuinely nervous as to what it is, because my parents are serious people, and I always know when they're joking. They weren't. I slept upstairs that night, and my dog hates it in my room now. She won't sleep unless she's on the bed and waits by my door and cries to get out at night. She's fine in any other room. I got over it eventually, but I still have occurrences every now and then. When I'm home from school, we go inside the garage and then use the house key to let ourselves in. Well, when I got home that night and tried to let myself in, the key wasn't there. I had to call my sister 5 times to let me in. I got mad at them for losing it, and they swore that it was there when they got home. They get home an hour before me. I told my parents about it, and they both searched for it for half an hour, checking the whole garage top to bottom, and didn't find it. Fast forward a day, and my sisters said the key was right back where it belonged, in its usual spot. My parents threatened all of us for trying to play pranks on them, and when none of us confessed, even after being threatened to be grounded, they got seriously anxious. Just yesterday, my mom heard someone walking up the stairs and woke up to someone in a white sweatshirt, just about my height, walking around. My second dog, Stella, jumped up, and she's old, so she normally takes her time getting up, and ran to my mom's side. The thing just walked up the stairs and into the kitchen. She thought it was me, so she didn't panic or anything, but not 5 minutes later, I walked up the stairs for a drink and she got really confused. She asked me if I had come upstairs already. I answered no, and she got super scared. Because I wasn't wearing a white sweatshirt. I was wearing blue, and no one else was home. About 20 years ago, I lived in an apartment. I would hear knocking on the ceiling quite often. I asked the woman across the hall about it and she replied, "Oh, that's just a spirit. It stopped once you moved in." A bit after the knocking started, odd things would happen around the apartment. Things would be moved, windows closed, lights turned off. Things that you would say that I just forgot that I had done. Well, one night, I looked out my bedroom and saw the light from my computer in the other room. I went in, and the screensaver was off. When I went back to my bedroom, I lay down on the bed facing the other room to see if it happened again. It wasn't long before I felt something touch my backside. It was a forceful touch. From that time on, I would wake up with 4 scratches on each shoulder at least once a week. I switched bedrooms. The scratches stopped, but every time I was going to see my boyfriend, my keys would come up missing. I would find them in the oddest places, even though I knew that I wouldn't put them in the bathtub, the kitchen cupboards, or my dresser. I brushed it off like I'd just misplaced them myself. My boyfriend stayed over one night, and in the morning, he asked what I had done to him the previous evening. He showed me his neck. He had 4 scratches on one side and 1 on the other. It was as if someone grabbed his neck with one hand and scratched him. That was the last time he came over, and I soon found out that he was not a good person. I moved out of the apartment and into a home with 2 friends. I took the bungalow room. I could hear someone running in the attic every night. It stopped once I put a cross over the door. Other odd things happened. One night, we were going to my aunt's home to get my cousin's Ouija board. I distinctively saw someone in our basement when I was the last one to leave. My roommates also would hear someone walking around my bedroom when I wasn't home. A year later, I moved into my current home. My cousin moved in with me for a little bit. She would always say that she could hear someone walking up in my bedroom when nobody was home. Nothing much different than the happenings from my apartment happened, until I met my husband. That's when the traditional haunting thing started. Doors closing, things falling, lights flickering, brand new light fixtures breaking. One night, when my husband was away and I was working the night shift, I came home to find my back door wide open and the police pulling up. Someone had used a crowbar to remove a window to rob my home. My neighbour saw them taking things from my home and called the police. Had he not called, I would have walked in on them. Almost exactly 1 year later, someone broke into my home again and brutally murdered my husband. Again, I would have been home, but someone stopped me from going home right then. There have been some small things that have occurred between the 2 events and many more since. A car was speeding down the road and driving erratically. It would have hit my home, but it hit a tree and it changed course. 2 dogs were hit by a speeding car in front of my home. The dog that I currently have was hit by a car. Someone attempted to steal my daughter's car, but the alarm went off well after they were in the car. I had a beautiful Doberman that died of cancer when she was only 2 years old. Those are just some of the out-of-ordinary events that have happened in the past 5 years. 1 or 2 of these events would be normal, but all of them to the same home in a 5-year span? I'm convinced that whatever was in the apartment followed me. However, I do not think that it's malevolent. I think that it's protecting me like it did with my boyfriend. What I'm convinced of is that there's something very evil in my home. I say this because I would hear a very odd sound from outside. My dog would hear it. One night, my camera sent me a notification that it captured the sound. It sent chills up my spine that I told my children not to let any of the dogs out. I did investigate the area the next day, and I couldn't find any signs of animals. This same medium told me that the next night the lights flicker. I should tell it that it's my home and it's not wanted. Shortly after this, my daughter and I were cooking dinner. The lights in the kitchen were flickering for about 20 seconds before going out. I figured they were just burnt out, but I laughed and said, "Can you not? This is my home, and you don't pay me rent. So until you start paying, you need to leave my stuff alone." I then walked into the dining room, and the lights came right back on. I also have a sleep app that records while I sleep. Many times, it says that I'm snoring, but it actually sounds like a death rattle on one occasion. I had awoken in the middle of the night and heard it myself. One of the recordings actually has some other sound at the very end that's overlapping the rattle. Another recording had me talking in my sleep, saying that something is heavy. Then you can hear what sounds like footsteps walking away. Recently, my son moved out of the home. I put my dog's food, water, crate and toys in the room. Past 2 days, my dog refused to go in there. She used to go in there if he was in there, but now it's to the point that I literally have to take her food out of the room or she won't eat.
So Stephen, being the exemplary father he was, sarcastic, he never watched my younger sister, because to him, watching her was like babysitting and too time-consuming. I always watched my younger siblings. My mother worked a graveyard shift. That way, she could always be there in the morning for us when we needed her. That being said, my younger sister was always with me, even when I went to bed. When I was about 11, I would have to sleep with my younger sister, who was 6 months at the time, on the couch in my parents' room, because Stephen couldn't be bothered at night while he was sleeping. One night, I woke up out of nowhere, like I was wide awake. The couch was in front of the bathroom, and I saw a ball of light fly from the bathroom and stop directly in front of the couch. There was no reflection of it, and there were no other lights in the room but this one. This is the time where I knew I could feel energies, but I couldn't distinguish whether they were good or bad. So immediately, I start flipping out, because why is there just a random orb of light 3 feet above my head? No one else awake, and I close my eyes and start praying this thing goes away. I was thinking to myself, someone please wake up. Someone please help me. Someone turn on the TV. That's when I hear a female voice say as clear as day, "It's okay," says my name. "I'm not here to hurt you. You're okay." At this point, I've quite literally shit my pants, and I'm about to cry in fear, but I can't move or talk. Then Stephen out of nowhere sits up and says, "Quit talking." Mind you, his eyes were completely closed during this entire transaction. He gets out of bed, walks towards the TV, almost stumbling as if he had very little control of his body, turns the TV on and gets back to bed. When I woke up the next day, I asked him about the night before and apologised for disturbing him. He didn't remember even waking up. So we recently completed building a house on some land in northeast Oklahoma that we've owned for a few years. While we had met the people who live on the neighbouring property, we never really got into the history of the area. But now that we've moved in, we've made many more opportunities to talk, and one thing one of them told me really got my attention. He told me that he and his family had lived within about a 5-mile radius of our property for 3 generations. This guy's in his 70s himself, and he's seen many things happen in the area. He told us that he inherited the land he currently lives on in the 60s. At the time, it was empty land, and that he planned to build a home on it, but the property was covered in honey locust trees. If you aren't familiar with these trees, do a Google image search. They're nasty, thorny trees. And he needed to clear them out first. He hired a bulldozer operator to clear out and pile the trees for burning. My neighbour had long known of 2 headstones on the property, marking the burial site of 2 Native American girls/women who died in 1909 and 1912. This wasn't a widely known gravesite. The only clues that it was there at all was 2 sandstone headstones that were in rough shape and had been completely overgrown by the time my neighbour got the property. But my neighbour made sure the bulldozer operator knew exactly where the headstones were and told him to avoid the area. But when my neighbour went back out to burn the trees, he noticed that the overgrown gravesite had been completely cleared out and the headstones were nowhere to be found. My neighbour searched for months for the headstones, but with no luck. To make sure that no one else interfered with the gravesite and to show respect to those who were buried, my neighbours built a rock garden in the general area they knew the graves to be. So back to today. Ever since we've moved into our house, we've had many strange experiences. When we were first moving in, we found a dead coyote in our water heater closet in the garage. We're constantly hearing strange noises throughout the house, like hearing someone coughing in an empty room, or hearing footsteps in an empty attic. But the most disturbing thing is the strange noises we'll occasionally hear in the woods at night. The closest thing I can equate this sound to is a woman wailing, mixed with some sort of animal whimpering. We've searched the area the sound came from, and haven't ever found anything. I'm a big outdoorsman, and am familiar with most of the animal noises of the area, and I've never heard anything like it. We had 2 dogs when we moved in who were both very healthy. Shortly after moving in, they both went downhill fast. One died about 2 months after moving in. We were told it was like an aneurysm that killed him. and the other one is pretty rough shaped today. Does anyone know what's going on? Our house is about 250 yards away from the grave site, so that's my first instinct about what's going on. Before my mom married my stepdad, she worked full time. So I, 6 years old then, stayed with family or friends of the family while she was working. I remember I was supposed to stay with this older couple who were friends of my great aunt, and they were nice, but something about the property around their house made me feel off. It was still really early, since my mom had to be at work for 7. We got there just before daybreak. Fog was thick, making everything naturally feel eerie. The old man was still sleeping, but the little old lady greeted us nicely. I felt safe and happy around her. She was a very sweet lady. Once my mom left, I asked the lady if I could go play outside. Saying yes, I put my jacket on and she stayed inside while I went to explore their yard. The house was a decent distance from the road, so the driveway was long and it was lined with cherry blossom trees. I loved the way the little flowers would fall around like the trees like confetti. It was early spring, so they were in bloom. I remember being in the middle of the row of trees while the wind picked up, blowing the petals all around. There were so many, it was almost as if they had created a wall lining the edge of the tree line. Something caught my eye between the flowers falling, just on the other side of the wall of blooms. I shook it off as my eyes playing tricks on me because of the haze of flower petals. The only way I know how to describe it is as if a white flare from a polarized picture was blurred. It was as quick as a flash, though. I didn't think anything of it until I kept seeing it skirt around right behind the trees. I didn't feel fear, but a sad kind of happiness laced with curiosity. The blur came in a few shapes and sizes, so I couldn't make out if it was a child or adult, and it didn't give off either energy. I just felt it wasn't trying to harm me. Yet, I stood in the driveway almost playing with it, as it seemed to want to just stay out of direct vision. It wasn't until I was squinting, immersed in trying to figure out and wrap my mind around what I was seeing, that I felt a tap sharply on my shoulder. I still feel it as I write this. I hear the words, "You need to run," in a deep voice that drained the blood from my entire body for what felt like an eternity. I bolted to the house and watched the blooms fall the rest of my day from the kitchen, until my mom came to pick me up. Mongolia has a long history with the shamans, and they used to be one of the most respected, beloved people during the Genghis Khan era. Even in some history books, it's proved that Genghis Khan had his shaman. But after his death, Mongolia slowly started following the Buddhist path, which meant shamans would be treated as demons, and they had to work under the shadows to serve people. In Buddhism and Catholicism, shamans are viewed as demonic souls, using people for their own sake. It's been a case for some shamans, but not all of them. So in order to become a shaman, you have to get in contact with your lineage guardian soul, or ask another shaman to make the connection. Once you've done the connection ritual, there's no way back, which is hard. You'll have a bond with the guardian soul. There are 2 types of shaman. 1, white. Mostly concentrates on returning curses, boosting your energy level, driving away ghosts, finding lost things, future advice, and seeing the roots of problems a person is having. They have very good behavior and like to talk with everyone. They won't break the mechanism of life through their power and always refuse to do so. Somehow, when their guardian soul possesses the shaman, you'll feel warmth around you and most of your fears will fade away shortly. I had this experience. And 2, black. This concentrates on curses, awakening demonic presence, lineage curse, helping someone to get in contact with the dead. They are very harsh, and you'll almost feel the air becoming heavier. Never met one, but heard a few stories of them. Their equipment mostly consists of protection clothes with animal signs on them, and a drum which is used to call their guardian souls. They need a translator, because guardian souls tend to speak an ancient Mongolian language, which is hard to understand. Their guardian souls can drink liters of alcohol,
and after the soul leaves the body, shaman is very normal, and you won't even smell alcohol, which felt very strange to me. In some cases, they're just acting to be one of them and working for money, or someone is possessed by a powerful demon. There was a curse when a young boy thought he got in contact with a guardian soul, but later it turns out he was possessed by a demonic presence. People came to him to ask about their future or private problems. He was making lots of cash. His family almost worshipped him like a god, but things were heading in the wrong direction. After a few months, his body started to get worse day by day. No hospital or doctor could find anything wrong, and his family started noticing it was suspicious, to say the least. They decided to visit another famous shaman. Just by looking at his son, the shaman said, without a second doubt, that the demonic presence is already sitting on his left shoulder. Means demonic presence is already in full control of their son, and at this stage, he'll most likely lose his soul to the demon. After a long and hard ritual, they managed to save him. But in order to save their son, the shaman had to trade 10 years of his life to the demonic soul. Just wanted to talk about this to show the modern era made finding a real shaman very hard. The story of the cursed family. You can read from anywhere that some parts of Mongolia is still living in nomadic ways. The couple I'm going to talk to is one of them and decided to move to the countryside. They bought a gear and moved to the old gold mining region, which was far from the town. Husband would leave early for work and the wife would stay home. For a few days, they were living normally, nothing special. Until one night, the wife had done chores and she had to pee. It was dark outside and windy. While she was peeing, all of a sudden the wind stopped and it became very silent outside. She wasn't thinking much, but it made her a little scared. She tried to quickly finish, but she heard a man's voice whispering something in a creepy voice, but can't figure out the word. Finally, she heard someone saying, "All of you will die." And she quickly stood, but something hit her head so hard, and she fainted. After a while, the husband comes home from work and found his wife lying on the ground. Seeing her pants were tangled, he thought she must have been raped and quickly called the police and emergency. 2 days passed and the woman was still unconscious. Her mother came from the city with her brother. Police found no signs of rape and the doctors could not make a diagnosis. On the third night, her brother decides to stay with his sister and spend the whole night in the hospital by her bed. Seeing her sister in a very poor situation was hard. Her hair was disheveled and for a moment, she looked much older than she used to be. It was late at night and the boy decided to sleep till morning. He turned the lights off and lay on the chair. Since he came from a far city driving a car, he was very tired and quickly fell asleep. That night, he woke up to find that the room was very cold, but he sees something in the corner of his eye. A tall, human figure standing by his sister. He was scared and quickly turned the lights on to find nothing. Tomorrow morning, finally, her sister woke up, but something was very off. His sister was trying to say something while shaking horribly and started screaming loudly. Doctors came quickly and made injections to put her to sleep. Days passed, the woman wasn't getting any better, and doctors recommended she might be going crazy. But the family decided to take the woman away. Before they left, one doctor came to them and whispered to her mother, "Since the situation has gone this way, you should try seeing a monk or a shaman. That might help." They tried every possible monk and shaman they knew, but no one made anything better. So her mother decided to leave the town and head to the deep woods of Kuzgul, where they found a powerful shaman. While her mother is away, women's situation worsens, and now she's always naked and mumbling something that no one could understand. Finally, after a few days, mother came with the shaman. He quickly said after watching the woman, "We need to head to a place where this couple used to live as fast as possible. We can get there if we head out tonight. This woman is near death. The demon already has her soul. We need to take this brother. He's the same year with the sister." In Mongolia, zodiac year, there are 12 years named after an animal, and you can be the same year with someone 12 older or younger than you. They collected everything needed for the ritual and quickly moved.
The closer they got to their destination, the woman was going wild, screaming and crying loudly. Finally, they start their ritual, and the shaman asks her brother and husband to hold onto the woman. And no matter what happens during the ritual, don't let her leave. During the ritual, they could hear other voices screaming, and women were trying everything to get loose from them. Then the shaman asks, "Your family has pedigree sheep. I'm going to give that sheep, and you won't get the same sheep for 3 years." They accept without any hesitation. Lastly, the shaman comes to the woman and whips on her head, then she faints. The shaman was very tired and angrily told the husband, "You know about this place. Why did you do this? And do you want me to talk, or you want to talk?" The husband cries and says, "Last year, a family with 2 kids used to live here, and they found big gold that is enough to make them rich for a few years. But mine collapsed. Later, the rescue team dug them out and found the youngest kid dead, holding tightly to the cold. I didn't know this would happen. It turns out that before the family never left the place where they lived and was trying to take the life of his wife. Before leaving, the shaman said, 'I gave them your pedigree sheep and my 20 years of life, but I can't handle them so quickly. Move away from here.' I know the story very well because I came from this town and our elders highly prohibited us from going there. But I knew about this story very late when I was in college. They never told how the family used to live there and what happened to them afterward. But it seemed like a very good lesson. We should be very careful about the past where we live." Growing up, I always knew I was a little different than most of my family. I could see what I should not be able to see, and I could hear what I should not be able to hear. I could look at a person and see their whole life and things they've been through. I could sometimes see and hear people who weren't physically there. When I would tell my parents, they just wrote it off as if I'd been watching too many horror stories, or that my mind was playing tricks on me. Nobody, and I mean absolutely no one, took me seriously. My first real encounter of dealing with a spirit that was no longer here took place in 2005 or 2006. I was a teenager in high school, 10th grade to be exact. It was about 3 a.m. in the morning. I was asleep on the living room couch. I awoke to this loud boom that sounded like it came from up the street. I remember sitting up on the couch, peeking through the blinds to see what happened. There was a car that crashed into this big gate. Apparently, this had been a high-speed chase and the driver jumped out of the car and took off running. This happened directly in front of my aunt's house. I hurried and picked up the phone to call my aunt to make sure she was okay and to see what's going on. So me and her were talking, and all of a sudden I hear a knock on the door, so I'm like, "Auntie Felicia, hold on, someone's knocking at the door." She goes, "At this time of night?" I responded back to her, "Yeah." So I got off the couch and I went to the door and I said, "Who is it?" And in a very low, soft, childlike voice, they respond, "Carolyn." I asked, "Carolyn who?" After that, they didn't say anything. Literally only about 3 to 5 seconds pass and I snatched the front door open and there's no one there. I paused for a moment because in my mind I'm like, what the hell? Because there's no way anyone could have left the porch that quickly. And even if they could, the way my porch was made, you could hear it creak or you could hear someone coming up or down the steps. So I just head back to the phone and I'd tell my aunt what happened. And tell her I don't know who that was and that the only Carolyn I know was the Carolyn my cousin JD was dating for years. As a matter of fact, that was actually her voice. I told my aunt I don't know how she left the porch so quickly. All of a sudden, after saying that, my auntie paused for a long time. "Hello? Hello? Auntie Felicia, are you there?" She finally responded, "Oh yeah, baby, I'm here, but I'm bothered." "Why, auntie?" I said. She responded back and said, "'Cause baby Carolyn that came knocking at your door has been dead for 3 months. I immediately hung up on my auntie. I was so baffled because I didn't know this lady was dead, let alone why her spirit was knocking at my door. Over the next few weeks, things got creepier and weirder. Across the street from where I lived was a fenced area with lots of bushes that anyone could hide in, honestly. I was sitting on the porch about 3 weeks after the initial incident. It was about 8 p.m. I was just on the porch, waiting to see if my boyfriend during the time was going to walk by. All of a sudden, I heard the wind blowing in one spot, nowhere else. Just this one spot, and then I heard footsteps running up the porch steps. I started screaming and ran in the house and locked the front door behind me. I ran past my mom into my room and shut the door. I was so afraid. I was in my room for a good 30 minutes. I still felt this uneasiness on me, so something told me to cut off all the lights in my room to where it was pitch black. I went to the window and looked out the window and damn near passed out. I saw this Lady Carolyn's spirit across the street, looking out the bushes, staring directly at my house. Something was so sinister about it all. She looked very demonic. Her hair was wild looking, her eyes had a red glow to them, her teeth were even different. What the hell is going on, I thought to myself. When I blinked my eyes, she was gone. I let out a sigh of relief. I finally managed to get myself together that night. As I proceeded to lay down, there was a knock at my window. Oh gosh, why did I get up to go look and see nothing? When I started to close the curtain, I saw her face directly at my window. She spoke and said, "Hey," in a demonic tone. And I passed out. I can't recall anything else after that. All I know is I never want to see her face again. A few years ago, I was a CNA, Certified Nursing Assistant. I worked at a nursing home and had a few encounters there, but nothing prepared me for everything that would happen when I started working at a hospice home. It essentially is where people go to die. People that are sick and don't have a lot of time. The facility was amazing and worked quickly on getting people in. I can make another post about everything I did at the hospice home if anyone is interested. The point is a lot. I mean, a lot of people passed away in the building, and a lot when I was working, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I always opened the window in the residence room after someone passed away. My way of freeing the spirit so they wouldn't be trapped. No one else, unfortunately, did this. On to the main point of this story. We have 2 wings of the building, and each wing has a huge linen closet. Tons of sheets, blankets, comforters, towels, washcloths and gowns, etc. And when you open the door, both walls are lined with racks filled with linen. You can walk down into the room a couple 100 feet and then turn to the right, and it's a little area where extra stuff is stored. Things for bed baths and hygiene things for the residents. You're completely hidden when you're in the area on the right. A resident woke up around midnight and wanted to get cleaned up, so I was going to give them a bed bath. I went into the linen closet and headed to the area on the right, and was grabbing soap, toothbrush, toothpaste, a little basin, and other things. I heard the linen closet door open and close. We have 1 CNA and 1 RN on each wing during the night shift. I figured it was the nurse or the CNA for the other side. Sometimes we grab each other if we need help. I then heard a female voice. "Hello?" "I'm just grabbing stuff for a bath. Do you need help?" I answered, thinking it was the nurse. "I'm so cold." "I can bring you a blanket. Maybe I'll throw in a dryer again like last week," I laugh. I turn around and head to walk back down the main area of the linen closet, and nobody's there. I didn't hear the door open again, so no one left and there was no place to hide. I then feel someone grab my shoulder. I scream and drop everything as I turn around so quickly, and of course, nobody is there. I ran out of there so fast. I tried to tell the nurse, but I wasn't making any sense until I calmed down. She stuck by my side the rest of the night. I didn't go back into the linen closet that night. When they grabbed me, I felt like it touched my bare skin, and it was so cold. I used to work at a hospice home. I was a CNA and worked the night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. For the most part, I did love my job, but there were a lot of encounters and unexplainable things, and I didn't love that part. Funny thing was, once I left my shift the next morning, the scary things that would happen would be pushed back to the back of my mind, and I was never afraid to go back to work until something else would happen. It was a normal night, and I was charting at my computer when I heard a loud smack like something falling. I was the only one on that wing as the nurse went to go heat up her lunch. I walked to where I thought the noise came from and stopped in the middle of the hall. I heard it again, and I jumped so high. I looked into the closet room, and it was a vacant room of a resident who had passed the night before. I wasn't working the night before, and the family didn't have room in their car to take everything, so they left a lot of stuff in the room, and they'd be back in a couple days to get the rest. There was a bookshelf in the far corner, as the resident was an avid book lover and had a ton. In front of the bookshelf there were 2 books on the ground. My first thought was that they must have been on the edge. It was logical. I picked them up and pushed them into the line of books so they wouldn't fall again. I turned to leave, and I hear 2 loud smacks. I turn, and the same 2 books are laying on the ground again. I could almost feel the cold hand on my shoulder again. I took a deep breath and put the books back. I was almost to the door. I glanced back, and I saw a very light shadow standing in the front of the bookcase. I didn't see the books move, but I sure heard them when they hit the ground, and I went running out of that room. The nurse was back when I arrived at the area where we sat and chatted. I told her what happened, and she kind of chuckled and went to go pick up the books. She wasn't gone 10 seconds. Her face was white when she came back. She didn't even make it in the room. In the corner, she saw a figure standing there. She closed the door and came back quickly. It was daylight before we grew a backbone to open the door, and everything looked normal. I picked up the books while the nurse stood guard. The room was empty that night when I came back. I'll tell you a story about something I experienced but can't explain, so the answer is really up in the air. I know it's hard to believe a random person on the internet, but let me say, this story is 100% true, and I just want to put it out there in a non-judgmental space. I was about 14. There was a family that lived behind us on an adjacent street, but you could walk between our yards like you find in American neighborhoods. It was late afternoon, maybe 6 p.m. There were a couple of girls that lived there close to my age that I didn't know too well. They saw me in my backyard and asked what I was up to because they were bored. We ended up hanging out, and they invited me over to jump on their trampoline. We talked and jumped for an hour or so. While jumping, I noticed there was a basement storm door on the back of their house, and I had actually never seen one, so I was intrigued. Most basements here just have normal stairs from the main level. I really wanted to open it and see how the door worked. I inquired about it, and the older girl said, "Yeah, we only go in there if there's a tornado. My mum says it's haunted." I'd always been dismissive of haunting and ghosts and said, "Oh, I don't really believe in ghosts." The younger girl giggled, and the older one was more serious. "Go down there if you aren't afraid," then she said, pretty much daring me to do it. Why does this sound so much like a movie? I accepted her dare and went over to the storm door and unlatched it. I pulled up the heavy door, and to my surprise, both doors actually came up at the same time due to the levers and gears. It was actually quite cool to me, so I closed it and opened it again. It was half lit from the few small windows in the basement, and a little cluttered with old junk. Not very dirty and no spiderwebs though. Seemed like a pretty normal basement. I went down the steps, and the girls actually followed me halfway down. I reached the bottom and looked back at the girls. The younger girl pointed at me to keep going. I made my way closer to the opposite corner of the basement and looked around. It almost seemed like someone lived down there. Books were neatly placed, and there was a little couch with an end table next to it. I looked over to a clearing behind the couch, an area that was dimly lit from a nearby window, and I saw it. My whole body froze up for a moment, and I felt a massive adrenaline rush that started to shake my hands and water my eyes. About 8 feet away, a green tinged but mostly white, almost transparent cloud of mist in the rough shape of a man was floating and half standing there looking at me. I heard the girls run up the rest of the stairs without words. I was locked on this figure, and it was locked onto me, frozen in fear, almost like we were both waiting for the other to make a move. I felt like it was watching me, but there were no eyes or a face, just a head shape in the mist. Nothing happened, but I stood there staring into the shape for at least 15 or 20 seconds. The shape very slowly rotated around, like you would expect mist to, but kept the same shape and position. It looked like it started to stretch out an arm. I immediately turned and ran, very, very fast, even though it felt like I was running in sand. I didn't look back. I just ran all the way up the stairs and out. I stopped at the trampoline about 20 foot from the basement door. The girls were gone. I looked back at the door, still wide open, and decided I had to work the courage to go close the door. I moved over slowly to the door and grabbed the corner, peeking over it into the basement. I didn't see anything and started to close the door. About halfway through closing the door, it was ripped out of my hands and slammed shut. It was loud, and I heard the steel sound echo through the basement. It was jarring. It hurt my fingertips, and it didn't do that before when I closed the door the first time. You actually have to push it down for it to close all of the way, with how the mechanism keeps it from possibly falling on your head. I stumbled back and caught myself from falling. The girls were nowhere in sight, so I just went home and sat in the living room with my parents, not saying anything. I never actually talked to those girls again. Every time they saw me, they would turn around and try to hide from me. They moved away after a couple of years. My guess is that they saw it too, and it affected them more than it did me. My parents still live over there, and sometimes when I visit, I think about it. You can see that storm door from the kitchen window, and it gives me pause every time I see it. I don't know what it was. I probably never will. It didn't change my mind that much about ghosts. I simply can't explain what I saw. As far as what I saw, it's so hard to explain in words. It's definitely the shape of a man, almost like if you used a projector to put a shape on a cloud of smoke, but it wasn't neat. Very wispy and not like an image. It had a very aggressive presence, and I felt like I was in danger. I felt the overwhelming sense of an imminent attack, which is why I was full of adrenaline and almost ready to fight for my life. I had a rough upbringing and had been in many fights as a kid, so I wasn't sensitive. The adrenaline was racking my body, and I was absolutely sore that night, like I just had my ass kicked. I just knew that whatever it was, if it was real, it was not friendly, and I was going to fight it if I had to, and run if I had the chance to escape. I actually have a lot of ghost experiences, but for now, I'll talk about the year I lived in a haunted house. I was 12, and my family had just moved us to a place called Kennewick, Washington. We were renting a one-story house from an older couple. My cousins, who I was super close with, helped us move in and stayed the night with us our first couple of nights. Weird stuff started the very first night. For one, the guest room had a really weird vibe that nobody cared for, so they decided to sleep in the living room. I recall hearing knocking on the walls, disturbing me from sleeping well. We all asked each other who was doing it in the morning, parents included, but none of us took responsibility. Another thing that would happen, every night that I was sleeping, my closet doors would open. No matter which house I've lived in, I've needed the closet closed to sleep. I got so scared waking up to see my closet doors completely open that I once tied a chain around the handles to keep the doors locked. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of the chain hitting the ground. I watched my closet doors open completely right before my eyes. I was so frozen in fear, I couldn't move. I could barely breathe, and I somehow fell back asleep that way. After that, I accepted that those doors would remain open. Also, every morning that I woke up for school and walked down the hallway, it would feel like someone rushed out of the guest room and followed me down the hall, right on my heels. I would sit down on a chair in the living room and feel whatever it was go past me and into our kitchen. I eventually got used to it, as weird as it sounds. When you live in a haunted house, you have no choice but to get used to what is happening to you. One night, I had a girlfriend sleep over. We had a great time eating pizza and staying up late watching movies. It was about 2 a.m. when we finally turned off all the lights and settled down on the floor in the living room. The curtains to the sliding glass door we were next to were open, and it was a bright moon that night, so we could easily see into my backyard and the details of it without issue. Just as it got quiet, I randomly said out loud, "Oh, by the way, this house is haunted." She says, "What?" And just then, 3 incredibly loud knocks hit the back window. We both looked outside and there was absolutely nothing. No wind at all even. She burst into tears and I had to calm her down by letting her know that nothing else would probably happen that night. And if I can live there and be okay, she'll be just fine. I'm honestly surprised she didn't demand to be taken home. I always enjoyed the ghost timing on that one. Some other things happened in that house, like stuff getting knocked off of shelves, feeling genuinely uncomfortable to be there alone, even during the day. We lived there less than 2 years, and I'm glad. When I was growing up, my parents would occasionally tell me the story of the time they played the Ouija board. It was when they were dating before I was born, and they had a crazy night with it, where it answered all kinds of questions. There's one thing my parents are not: liars. So these stories only intrigued me to find out for myself. When I was 17, I was a senior in high school, and I had my first serious boyfriend. We were both very curious to know if the Ouija board truly worked, so we bought one. My bedroom was in the basement, and we set it up on my bed. It was close to midnight. We lit candles, turned the lights out, and sat cross-legged on the bed, on each side of the board. We were supposed to pick a question and focus on it, with our index fingers lightly touching the planchette. The question we decided to ask was, will anyone talk to us? We must have sat there focusing on that question for about 40 minutes, occasionally shaking our hands out from getting tired of being held in that position. After about 40 minutes, the planchette started to vibrate underneath our fingers. Then, it slowly moved to the word yes. We stopped for a moment and looked at each other like, is this real? Then we asked, are you a spirit? And it moved away from the word yes and back to it. At this point, I noticed that I could feel a strange electricity moving throughout my body. I didn't like it. I've never felt it before or since. We decided to ask, are you nice? And it very quickly moved to the word no. Now, I'm riddled with terror. I exclaim that I cannot play anymore, and I go to pick the board up to put it back in the box. Except, the board will not move. Not a slither. It felt as though it was stuck there with cement. I remember yanking with my entire body at least 3 times before suddenly it felt as if something got off the board. And I flew backwards with it in my hands. I slammed it into the box and closed it. My boyfriend's face was pale. He tells me, I have to go home. And I'm like, oh my God, don't leave me here. But he leaves. Here's where it gets even more scary. After I walked my boyfriend to the door, I went back down to my room. Only, it didn't look like my room anymore. Don't get me wrong, nothing changed visually. It was still all my stuff, but I felt like I was in a parallel universe. I felt so far away from all that is comfort and good. I don't know how else to describe it. I'm not a religious person at all, but I was so beside myself with terror that I didn't know what to do except to grab the Bible. I slept with it in my arms with the lights on. I actually slept with the lights on for the next week. I didn't tell my parents what I had done because I didn't want to get into trouble for playing the Ouija board in the house, or for my boyfriend staying over way later than he was allowed to. My room continued to not look or feel like mine for a couple weeks. Also, when I would get up for school in the morning, I would have to walk through a dark basement living room to get to the stairs because there was no light switch by my bedroom door for the living room. My bedroom door was in the back corner of it. So when I would first open my bedroom door, the light in my room could cast out into the living room darkness. And for a split second, I would see a black cat run from the patch of light into the dark. I would shake it off as my eyes playing tricks on me, but after a couple of weeks, I was eating breakfast upstairs with my family, and my 7-year-old sister exclaimed out loud, "I keep seeing a black cat in the basement." That confirmed that it was not a trick of my eyes. Also, about a month after playing the Ouija board, my dad says to me, "I don't know why, but the basement and the stairs have really bad vibes, and it's bothering me. Because when I bought this house, one of the things I liked that it had good energy." That's when I realized for sure, without a doubt, that all of this stuff was not in my head. I had haunted my parents' house by playing that game. I learned after the fact that I was supposed to say goodbye before stopping the game. I think that had something to do with it. Another strange thing that happened, I always slept with my bedroom door locked. A few weeks after playing the game, I woke in the middle of the night to somebody jiggling my bedroom door handle violently. In the morning, I asked who was messing with me, but everyone acted like I was weird for asking. About 6 months after playing it, my stepmom was cleaning the house, found the Ouija board, and threw it away. Things started to calm down a little bit after that, but it took years for that basement to feel okay again. It never went back to feeling the way it did before I played. I finally owned up to my dad and stepmom about what I had done. I wasn't in huge trouble, but my dad was like, "I knew the house felt different, damn it." To this day, I feel bad for bringing that energy into the home. After that experience, I want absolutely nothing to do with Ouija boards, and they are not allowed in my home. I learned. When I was 13 years old, my dad was getting married to my stepmom. Her side of the family owned a fishing cabin in the mountains in the very northern Washington state. It was her grandfather's, and it stayed in the family. This cabin was in the middle of nowhere. I'm not kidding. The nearest town was tiny, with a population less than 100. You have to drive up into the mountains on a dirt road for about 45 minutes to an hour to get to the cabin. It sat just above a small lake, very beautiful and secluded. No other cabins around. Nothing. Just the one. I'd never been to a place like it before or since. So I'm 13, my soon-to-be stepbrother is 10, my soon-to-be stepsister is 5, and my stepmom was pregnant with my half-sister. My dad and stepmom decided they wanted to have a very small wedding at the cabin. So we drove up to it the day before the ceremony. Everybody else who was attending would be arriving the next day, the day of the wedding. Except for my stepmom's youngest brother and his girlfriend. We'll call them James and Vicky. They were also arriving the same day as us, as we had planned to light fireworks and celebrate the night before. So another thing about this cabin, there's no television, no radio, no phones, only electricity and water. This also took place in the late 90s, when most people had pagers, if anything. Definitely not cell phones. So we're at the cabin, and decide to take the small rowboat out to fish for our dinner. It's dusk at this time. I remember I kept looking back up at the cabin to see if James and Vicky had arrived, because they were in their early 20s and young and fun, and all of us kids were really excited for them to get there. So my family and I are sitting in the boat, and I turn my head to look at the cabin again. This time, I see a woman standing on the patio facing us. She's wearing a long white gown. It looks to be made of lace. It goes up over her neck like an old-fashioned dress looks. Her hair is up, and she's waving at us. The only thing I can't make out are the features of her face. There's a man standing next to her, but he's turning to walk around the side of the cabin. He had a cowboy hat on and a Sherpa-lined leather coat. I got so excited I said, "Look, James and Vicky are here." My whole family looked up at the cabin and exclaimed, "They are here." My dad rowed us in fast. We ran up the short hill to the patio, where they had just been standing. Nobody was there. No car in the drive next to ours. No note. No sign that anybody had been there. It was really weird. We all felt strange. My parents distracted us somehow, and soon we forgot because of the excitement of the wedding. The next day, guests are arriving, including James and Vicky. They said, "Sorry we didn't make it last night. We broke down on the way and didn't have the ability to call you because there were no phones here." It was no big deal. We were just glad they made it. Fast forward to 6 months after the wedding. It's Christmas dinner and James is over. Suddenly, the experience dawned on me for the first time since it happened. All I said was, "Hey Mom, remember that time we were at the cabin and we thought we saw James and Vicky, but it wasn't them?" James immediately interrupts me and says very seriously, "One time Vicky and I were at the cabin fishing. It was around sunset, and I looked up at the patio to see a woman standing in a white dress waving at us." Everybody at the table got very quiet. Then he mentioned the man in the cowboy hat and seeing him walking around the cabin a time or two. He and my mum got emotional and deduced that the man and woman must be their grandpa and his first wife. I haven't been to that cabin since then, though I wish I had. I get goosebumps every time I tell that story. I can still see them in my mind, clear as day. To begin, let me explain that my grandfather had the house built in Northridge, California, in 1969. The land was previously orange groves, so it's never made sense to my family how the house ended up haunted, unless there were unknown burials in the land. The main stories I would hear growing up from my dad and uncle were things like being tugged awake in the night on the shoulder or ankle, but nobody's there. Also, the upstairs was open, so you could see the hallway and the doorways while sitting downstairs in the living room. There was a railing along the hallway upstairs, which is why you could see, and the television was backed up against the bottom of the staircase. So sitting on the couch watching TV, you could see most of the upstairs in your peripherals. It was very common to see someone very quickly walk out of one room and into another room. Even the family dog would react to these happenings. Everybody who lived in the house accepted that it was haunted, except for my grandfather. Apparently, he called it all nonsense. After all, he was a man of science and logic, which is why it's funny that he's the only person in the family to have seen the full body apparition. It was a rumour in our family for many years, but my uncle had overheard him telling his wife, our grandma, that he came home late from work to find an old man with long grey hair standing inside in the entryway. None of us ever had the guts to ask him because he always shut down things like that. Well, the last time I saw him, I felt like asking, so I did. I said, "Hey Grandpa, there's a rumour in the family that one night you came home from work and saw a man in the house." He straightened up and his eyes widened. Very indignantly he said, "I did! I got home around midnight and I unlocked the door. And standing right inside was an old man with long grey hair, staring at me. I had no choice but to assume my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I went back outside and waited a minute, and came back in." To me, that absolutely proves that he knew it was a ghost. There's no way he'd walk into his house in the middle of the night and see a man in there, knowing his family are asleep and vulnerable, and then step back outside and close the door to see if it goes away. I have so many more stories about this house. I live only 5 miles from it, and I drive by sometimes for nostalgic purposes. I have a lot of beautiful childhood memories in that home, and I know for a fact there's no way the current owners aren't experiencing all the crazy that house has to offer. Sometimes I wonder if I should knock on the door and ask them. I'm really that curious. My cousin, I'll call him Jeff, is about 5 years older than me. I was living up north in Washington at the time, and he lived down here in Los Angeles near our grandpa. He was probably about 19 or 20 years old when this happened. So anyway, my grandpa and his wife, my real grandma died before I was born. She also knew that the house was haunted. decided they wanted to sell the house and move to the Puget Sound. I was really bummed about it. We had a lot of great memories in that house. Even though it was haunted, it had a great vibe. Except for when the hauntings were happening. So my grandpa and his wife were up north in Washington, handling the final paperwork to purchase their house. And they asked my cousin Jeff to stay down here and house sit the haunted house for them. He totally agreed. He was 20 years old, and it was a great chance for him to have a whole house to himself and get away from his mom and sisters. So he says like the first week and a half, everything's fine. Then one night, he's sitting in the room that the family refers to as the ghost room, because it's where most of the freakiest stuff happens. The ghost room was also the computer room. When you're sitting at the computer, your back is facing the doorway that opens into the upstairs hall. He said that he had been listening to Croc earlier, but at this point he had the radio off. It was pretty late at night and quiet. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him from the hall that he said sounded neither male or female, and it said in a very weird and quirky inflection, "Croc." He froze in fear. Like we've all grown up hearing all the freaky ass shit about this house and experiencing some ourselves, so he's immediately shitting bricks. He said it sounded like the house came alive. Like he could hear cupboards closing and people moving things around downstairs in the kitchen and family area, even though he was completely alone. He said it went on for hours, so we went to the next room, to the computer room, and curled up on the bed in the corner with the door open a crack so we could see out into the hallway. He said he started to nod off after a while. Then, something made him jerk awake just in time to catch a ponytail of grey hair and an elbow with a green shirt on walking past the bedroom in the hallway. He basically called my dad crying because he knew my dad would understand what he was going through and wouldn't think he was crazy. But instead of my dad calming him down, he just started feeding them all his stories that happened to him, which just led to my cousin becoming absolutely inconsolably terrified. He called my grandpa and told him he didn't want to watch the house anymore. My grandpa was pissed. Called my dad and yelled at him for telling Jeff all the scary stuff. My dad was like, "Dude, I wanted him to know that I lived through it and I'm fine. And other people have experienced it and it's been okay. He's a 20-year-old man, for fuck's sake." Always loved that particular story, especially when I get to see the look on my cousin's face when he retells it. I guess it's about time I mentioned that my workplace is haunted. I've been a bartender here for about 8 years. I don't want to say where, because it's actually quite famous, to the whole world. But nobody really knows that it's haunted except for the employees and previous employees. Most of us have an experience or two, although we do have 1 or 2 employees who have worked there for decades and said they've never experienced anything. But more employees have had experiences than haven't. I've been tapped on the shoulder, tugged on the shirt, and felt my hands on my back when no one is around and I'm alone in my space. Other employees have mentioned experiencing these things as well. Some have seen ghosts there. I honestly couldn't guess how many ghosts we have. A few, maybe. The building has 3 floors, and the 3rd floor is definitely the scariest. Most employees will attest to that. In fact, we had a bar back in the 60s who had to clean up the 3rd floor at the end of the night, and he hated it so bad. He's had so many things happen to him up there, but he speaks mostly Spanish, and my Spanish is very amateur at best. So he's only conveyed a few stories to me. He also doesn't like to talk about it. He points at his arm, then rubs it, insinuating goosebumps, and shakes his head no. My boss saw an old man in a mirror upstairs on that same floor. She was washing her hands in the bathroom with the door open, and when she looked up in the mirror, she could see the hallway reflected in it behind her, and she said an old man peeked out of one of the doorways and looked at her. She hauled ass downstairs and sent security up to look around, but nobody was there. Apparently, before I worked there, they had a security guard who was a really big dude, really intimidating energy. One night, he was supposed to be watching the 2nd floor while waiting to close up, and he was up there by himself. I guess he came down to my boss in tears
saying that he could never work on any floor except the first floor again. Otherwise he'd have to quit. I mostly work on the first floor, and that's where most of my incidents have happened. The most notable one was catching in my peripheral a very short person in a white shirt walking super fast past my bar and into our kitchen. The movement struck me as strange compared to how our other bar backs moved, so I stepped out of the bar and checked the kitchen. Nobody was there. My main barback, I'll call him Carlos, told me about the ghost before I ever experienced it. So we've talked about ghosts a lot. Phantasma, we say, Spanish for ghost. After I saw the figure go into the kitchen and found the kitchen empty, I went over to Carlos, who was sleeping part of the dance floor. All I said to him was, "I think I just saw the phantasma." And he replies, "White t-shirt, this tall," gesturing a very short height with his hand. It immediately gave me goosebumps. "Yes," I said. He replies with something like, "Yeah, I saw him walk into the kitchen earlier. I went back there to tell him he couldn't be there, but nobody was there." The barbacks claim to experience a lot in the kitchen. The December before the pandemic, my husband and I attended a party on the Queen Mary and rented a room on the ship for the occasion. I was very excited as I had never been on a ship like that before. I had also heard stories about one of the pools being haunted by the ghost of a little girl. After the party ended around 11 p.m, we changed our clothes into something more comfortable because I wanted to wander the ship and explore. They kicked everyone off the ship who wasn't staying the night there. We spent a couple hours wandering that amazing ship inside and out. Before we finished up, we went back down to the level the party had been on, only now it was completely empty. Same level as the pool, by the way, which they had closed up. But you could still look through the windows, which I absolutely did. I spent a good 5 minutes with my face pressed up to those windows before we walked on. I didn't see anything. After walking down a short hallway, we were in the enormous empty ballroom, which had been so bustling just a few hours earlier. My husband picked up a broken drumstick left behind from one of the bands. Just then, from the direction of the pool came a loud child's laugh coming towards us, as if a little kid was running our direction down the hallway laughing loudly. I immediately locked eyes with my husband. "It's just a kid," he says dismissively, but there is no kid. We're alone on that entire floor. I look at my watch and it says 1:01 a.m. We go back to our room, seeing no one else along the way. Once in bed, I start Googling about Queen Mary ghost stuff. I found a forum that mentioned a common occurrence as hearing children's laughter around the pool area. We then discussed how we never saw any children that night, even during the party, which was for 21 and over, so why would we? We went to sleep feeling in awe and a tad eerie. I can still hear that laughter in my mind, clear as day. When I was a young child, around 6 or 7, I lived in a military housing in Portsmouth, England. The housing we lived in was a 3-bedroom one, with one small room for my little sister, my parents' bedroom next door, which was relatively small but slightly bigger, and then at the end of the hallway, me and my brother's room. Me and my brother had separate beds in the room at the end of the hallway. The room was fairly big, enough for 2 beds with a TV so we could play on our video games console and whatnot. Back then it was a PS1, which was cool. With all that in mind, here's where the story starts. So each bedroom had a wardrobe built into the wall, 2 doors and room enough to fit a chest of drawers with stuff hung up above if it need be. Me and my brother had a drawer inside our wardrobe to share, and we always left the doors open in case we wanted to quickly grab clothes, and as a Brucey bonus, the doors couldn't shut properly anyways. One morning, possibly around 5 a.m, I woke up and felt eerily cold. Whispers in my right ear. My bed was opposite me and my brother's wardrobe, and it was telling me to look to my right. And as I slowly creeped my head around to look, there appeared to be a man dressed in blue overalls with a cloth hanging out his back pocket on all 4s, on top of our chest of drawers, scrubbing. It sounds crazy, but he was scrubbing the top of the drawer, and every now and then would glance over at us, and then carry out the same motion. This would be on repeat, and I remember it so vividly. I tried to whisper to my brother to look, but he was completely asleep, and I had to lie there in horror at this random bloke scrubbing my drawers. He never went away until eventually the sunlight broke through the window, and my brother eventually woke up, and I looked towards my brother's bed, and as I did, in the corner of my eye, the scrubby man just evaporated. It was only recently, after decades of telling my family about him, that my mum actually confirmed seeing him in my wardrobe when putting me and my brother to bed. But due to our financial situation, and the fact he hadn't attacked any of us and seemed harmless, she took no note of it, and pretended to not know what I was talking about when I mentioned it to her. The scrubby man, even to this day, it sends chills down my spine, but also makes me and my wife chuckle when we joke about it. Because we live in military accommodation ourselves now, and guess what we have in our son's room? A built-into-the-wall wardrobe. Yikes. I'm a 21-year-old guy from West Virginia, and I've lived in the state my whole entire life. And in 2013 or 14, I moved from my childhood home, and I currently reside about an hour or so away from where I grew up. I live with my mum and stepdad, and we live in this house, and not long after we moved in there, there's been some weird, odd things going on. I've never experienced anything paranormal related personally before the move. I've always been a believer, and have been very intrigued and interested in this kind of thing, and always wanted to experience it in some capacity. But whether it was real or not, I didn't know, until I experienced it myself. It took a few years before I would see or hear things going on in or around the house, but it was almost instant for my parents. But then again, I was never home much, as I was always with my grandparents a good majority of the time. It first started out when my stepdad lived here with his ex-wife and his children. But one thing they would experience is, it would sound like a loud bang or knock in his bedroom, but nothing much other ever really came of it. This was until after me and my mother moved in my mom would occasionally see shadows just start off. It made her feel uneasy, but at the same time, really didn't think much of it. After a while, it got to the point where we started seeing an older lady, and sometimes a little kid, maybe around the age of 4 or 6. Both were ghostly white gowns or dresses, to my current knowledge. As of writing this, I have not experienced or seen these two entities, nor has my stepdad seen them, but I would have to ask him just to make sure. Almost everything that happened within the last 6 to 7 years or so has been seen or heard by my mom, as I mentioned before. My mum was never home and my dad is always working, so it's always her and our 3 cats just chilling, doing whatever it is they do. But about 5 to 6 years ago, I was home alone, and I walked out of my room and it looked to have been possibly something standing in front of my parents' bedroom door. But as soon as I locked eyes with it, it was gone in the blink of an eye. But truly, it terrified me. But I don't think I actually saw anything that night. I think it's my mind playing tricks on me, because at the time, I was still new to staying at home by myself. Not too long after we were gathered up in the bedroom watching a movie, and out of the corner of my eye, saw from under the door, it looked like somebody walked past. I got up to check and there was nobody in the house. Me, my mum and dad were all in the bedroom, so I know for a fact no one else was in the house at this time, besides us 3. Not long after that, my parents came home late one night, and as they walked by the sliding glass door, they saw what looked to have been an older lady walk towards my bedroom. When I got in the house, there was nobody in or around my bedroom or any other room towards the area she walked to. From time to time after that as well, my mum would hear someone or something called her name. Now this was only happened once, from what I can remember. Not long after that stuff died down for a while, but recently stuff started to pop up again, in the form of loud stomps and thuds. These mostly, if not always, happen in my room when I'm playing Xbox or blaring Spotify in my headset. And I just want to clarify that I listen to loud music like rock and metal, so any outside noises or people I would not know or hear.
unless someone flicked the light on to get my attention or tapped me on my shoulder. During this time when I'm listening to my music and I'm the most vulnerable to getting jump scared, almost every time, as I can't hear things, I'm in my own little world when I'm listening to loud headset music. So if someone taps me on the shoulder or turns on the light, it scares the living crap out of me. When I'm sitting there doing either listening to music or gaming, it sounds like someone comes beside me and either stops as hard as they can or drops a cinder block beside me. That's how hard and loud these thuds are. What strikes me odd is it occasionally happens like maybe once or twice a week. Sometimes I can hear it over my loud music. Sometimes I can feel it. Sometimes even both at the same time, and it gets me every single time. And it only happens when I'm doing those things or have a headset on, or if something is blocking my ears and I have no explanation for any of it. Now I've rarely or if at all been home since late December, and since then, everything has been normal and quiet. I had my son when I was in high school. After he was born, I moved in with my then boyfriend, now husband, and his mom and brother. They lived in this old run-down apartment on the north edge of our tiny town. The layout had our room with a bathroom immediately to the right, and we could see my brother-in-law's room parallel to ours down a short hallway. My son stayed in our room, which had just had a full-sized bed. I was still in school, so it was easier for him to sleep with us, so I wouldn't have to get up for feedings and could still make it to school the next day. It was a tight fit. My brother-in-law spent a lot of time away, so when he was gone, we crashed in his room because he had a king-size bed. But every time we'd go down the hall towards his room, my son would scream. He would keep me up most of the night, waking more than usual when I tried to sleep in there. I assumed it was the change in room, but we also had a cat that roamed the entire house, except he wouldn't go down that hall. I finally just stopped trying and stayed in our tiny bed. My son also didn't like to be in the bathroom, even for his baths. Now, my husband and his mum worked in a town an hour's drive away, so they would leave at 4 a.m. to get to work on time. One morning, something wakes me up. I look at the doorway of our room out to the hall, toward my Bill's room, who isn't home, and see someone standing in the hall. I think it must be my husband. Then I look at the clock and see it's 5, so my son and I are the only ones home. I sit up and he turns towards me. Half of his face looked like it had been burned. He turns away and walks toward the bathroom and dissipates. I shrugged, laid back down, and went back to sleep. This wasn't my first rodeo wide with weird ghost stuff, and I needed to sleep for school. We stayed there for a year while I finished high school. Husband graduated the year before, and then we went to college. Never saw the man again, but son hated the hall, back room, and bathroom, even when we came back to visit over the next few years. And in case you're wondering, we'll be married 22 years this year, and my son is 23 now. But there were other times over the years that I knew he was seeing or talking to someone I couldn't see. We've both even had an identical reoccurring dream about us having an accident that has never happened. Yet. He even got his own ghost encounter when he went off to college. My husband and our daughter, 17, never have weird stuff happen to them. The summer I turned 14, I spent a lot of time hanging at my cousin's, helping her take care of her kids. One evening, we had to take her daughter to the ER. So cousin, some relative from her mom's side, we'll call friend, but I didn't know well, and I took her. The hospital had a basement, ground floor, and then 3 more on the back side where the ER was. You enter on the ground floor in the back, but the first in the front of the building because it was on a slope. So because it was after hours, we entered in the back, which I had never done before. Now, I have no sense of direction when I'm in a building like a hospital, even to this day, let alone going in a different way than I'm familiar with. While waiting, my friend and I decided to go find a vending machine, which was on another floor. I can't remember which. We took the elevator but couldn't find the machine. Nobody was around, and we didn't want to get lost, so we got back on the elevator. We got confused of what floor we were on and ended up going to every floor but the basement. I knew the morgue was there, but nothing looked right. We ended up on the 3rd floor, but when I stepped out, the hall was dark and I knew I was definitely in the wrong place. I jumped back in the elevator and decided the ground floor must have been it after all, even though it didn't look right. When I get back in the elevator and hit the button, the door closes. Then suddenly it opens again, but nobody is there. Then it shuts and the temperature drops. I look at my friend who's standing in front of the controls, and there's this blurry shape between us about chest height. Friend is frozen in place and not saying a word. Elevator gets to the ground and I jump out. Friend is still standing there. I reach in and pull her out. She snaps too. I ask what that was. She says, "What?" I say, "In the elevator." She has no idea what I'm talking about, so I don't say a word about it to anyone because I think I've gone crazy. Fast forward a few weeks and I'm at lunch with my cousin and her mom. We're talking about the hospital visits, but I keep the elevator ride to myself. Her mom starts talking about how she used to work the night shift at the front desk way back in the day. She says a little boy who was unalive used to ride the elevator down from the 3rd floor, stand at the end of the hall, and stare at her for a bit. She'd say hi and he would eventually get back in the elevator and would go back to the 3rd floor. She goes on to tell a little history of how the 3rd floor was the TB ward way back when that was rampant, and people would leave their family members there until they passed, and then they were cremated on site. She believed he was one of the kids who had been left there. It was then that I went ahead and told her what had happened to me and my friend. She was convinced it was the same boy. The hospital was later shut down and another was built, but before it was, I did a job shadow the next year in high school with a social worker at the hospital. While with him, we took the stairs. He said to never take the elevators. The doctors would tell you because the stairs are healthier, but that's not the real reason. I was very much thankful to take the stairs, but I asked him the reason, but he wouldn't say. Went back one other time to visit a friend, but took the stairs then too. This took place in the early 1970s in Nebraska, in a little bitty town called Dorchester, not too far outside of Lincoln. My mom, abandoned by her first husband, did her best to raise my 2 older brothers. My brothers were aged 4 and 7. Times were lean and hard for the little family. With some help from my grandparents, Mom moved into a shabby old house located in town. The house had some history. It belonged to the railroad, serving as a boarding house for employees and passengers, dating back to the 1880s. It fulfilled that role until it fell into disuse. It was eventually made into a rental property. Mom noticed strange happenings surrounding the family, starting the day they moved in. Small rows of salt neatly poured on all windowsills and across all doorways. The family's pet Saint Bernard named Barney refused to enter the house. He stayed outside regardless of the weather or the time of year. To make matters worse, both my brothers uncharacteristically started wetting their beds. One morning, my brother aged 4 played in the living room, yet he watched a specific section of the wall. Mom noticed he sometimes talked to a particular part of the wall. Mom was cleaning the house at the time, so she had one eye on him and the other on washing dishes. Figuring he was using his imagination, shrugging off his behaviour, she soon started vacuuming the living room. My brother sat there watching Sesame Street on the television. As she swept, she noticed my brother stand up and walk over to the wall he had talked to earlier. He then put both hands on the wall, slowly moving them up and down. He continued talking to the area, then broke into tears. Mom shut off the vacuum and asked her what was wrong. She said my brother turned and faced her, his face flushed and wet. Through his tears, he sobbed, "Mommy, there's a sad man in the wall. He's crying and he wants out. He is there, Mommy. See him? Can you see him? Help him, Mommy. Please help him." Mom quickly scratched up one brother and half dragged the other. She ran the 3 blocks terrified to my grandparents' house. My grandparents finally talked Mom into returning to the home a few days later, a feat that took much convincing, threatening, and reassuring. In the months after that event, a loud crashing bang sound often emitted from the attic. Mom described the sound as an adult taking a bowling ball and slamming it on the ground as hard as possible. A rolling sound soon followed the loud impact. Every time the sound occurred, it was investigated. Nothing was ever found. This happened both day and night. My grandparents both experienced this on many occasions. When the sound would happen, my grandparents said both my brothers would scream and go into hysterics. Mom felt terrified and trapped. She was bound into a lease and borrowed heavily from my grandparents to make ends meet. She had nowhere to go with 2 small children and couldn't afford to leave. Months later, my dad came into the picture. He eventually moved into the household. It was a damn creepy house, he said on many occasions. He hated living there the minute he moved in. Dad had returned from Vietnam a few years prior and was a combat veteran. Whenever he was in that house, a feeling of being watched with ill intent plagued him. Many nights for him were filled with terrible nightmares about the war. He had never experienced this before moving into the home. Mom said she would often wake up to find him pacing restlessly in the darkness. Other nights, she was awoken by the muffled screams of his demented sleep. One Sunday evening, the family returned home from grocery shopping. Upon unlocking the front door and entering the home, they found 4 dead blackbirds in the center of the living room. The birds lined up in a parallel row with their wings spread as if in flight. They each lay on their breasts. Heads and beaks were pointing towards a specific area of the living room wall. Instantly, the atmosphere was pierced by my brother's sharp, shrill, screaming cries. My father stood in the entryway. His arms were full of groceries. His mouth gaped open in utter shock by the insanity before him. My mum immediately turned and crouched to console the boys and shield them from the scene. It happened as she kissed and embraced her boys. A loud bashing sound hammered from the attic above. The windows of the house vibrated from the concussion. Dust slowly drifted down through the last rays of sunlight. Mom said the utter silence that followed was incredibly unnerving. Then, the slow, heavy rolling sound again filled the entire house. My dad set down the bags of groceries and made his way to the attic, cautiously approaching. Mom continued to hug my brothers. She happened to look past their shoulders onto the large front porch. She saw Barney there. The giant Saint Bernard lay cowered with his tail tightly pulled under him. The dog was unwilling to make eye contact when she called out to him. Instead, the animal shook uncontrollably. She noticed a large wet spot beneath him. Dad came down from the attic a few minutes later. Nothing was ever found, as usual. This was the breaking point for my family. My dad decided to sell his vehicle and worked overtime when possible. He paid off the lease at the first opportunity. He moved them all out of the house, and they never looked back. My dad said that once they left the house, they never had any other experiences like that. His terrible nightmares stopped. I travelled to Nebraska with my dad in 2002, and he showed me the old house, which was abandoned but still standing. Dad grimly jokes, saying as we drove by, "I wonder if that crying man ever made it out of that wall." It was the winter of 2000. I was in my hometown of Anchorage. This evening, I was relaxing on the couch, planning on watching another rerun of Seinfeld before turning in for the night. It's worth mentioning that my girlfriend at the time happened to be an Alaskan native. She had recently put the kids to bed and was taking a shower. My girlfriend's sister was visiting our home. She was staying in the downstairs spare bedroom. She was in town due to having some medical checkups scheduled for the following week at A&MC. We lived in a subdivision off Arctic Boulevard that bordered Chester Creek. This area was called Midtown. It's not too far from downtown Anchorage. I suppose the time was around 10 or 11 p.m. The moon was large and full that January night. I remember looking out the front room window, seeing the rooftops of the neighbouring houses sharply silhouetted in the glow. My dog lazily snoozed on the floor next to the couch. Eventually, my eyes also started to get heavy. This was due to the background noise of the television. Mixing with the quiet white noise of the shower had a calming effect. The baseboard heater quietly clicked and popped, wrapping me in relaxing warmth. I soon dozed off. Suddenly, I was woken by a sharp, jolting burst of sound. My eyes immediately snapped open in shock. This tone ripped through the tranquility of the peaceful night with gravelly croaking. There was no mistaking the sound, especially during the winter months in Alaska. This was the sound of the raven. I remember thinking, why the hell is a raven making a racket at this time of the night? I barely had time to finish that thought when I heard the bedroom door fly open and then the sound of hurrying footsteps. I look up in time to see my girlfriend, quickly putting on her robe as she runs to each kid's bedroom, anxiously checking on them. I sat up on the couch, still dazed from my interrupted sleep. Trying to get my head around exactly what I was seeing and hearing, and why all the commotion, I glanced over to the TV and saw static across the screen. The time on the DVD player displayed 3 a.m. in green light. The dog was up and alert. The hackle stood tall down its back. Suddenly, the sister quickly comes up the stairs. She had a genuine look of wide-eyed concern and alarm deeply etched on her face. Once my girlfriend made sure the kids were safe and asleep, she worriedly looked out each window. For what, I had no idea, until she stopped dead in her tracks at the window in front of me. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" the sister kept fearfully whispering to herself, slowly wringing her nightshirt in her hands, timidly shuffling across the floor towards the living room window next to her sister. I couldn't understand why both the sisters and the dog were having such an intense reaction. The scene was surreal. I found myself in a confused daze as I stood up and approached the window myself. There was the culprit perched on the handrail of our deck. I've always known ravens to be large birds, yet this bird seemed utterly massive this close. The bird was so black that its feathers took on a deep purplish way in the moonlight glow. Its large, round, inky black eyes assessed each of us individually. It intelligently eyeing us up and down as it sharply cut its head from side to side. It yet seemed to take a greater interest in the sisters. This bird carried an intense, still, and heavy presence. It showed absolutely no fear of the humans that stood before it. It methodically stretched out its neck and opened its beak wide. A few seconds of silence passed until it made a sound I had never heard from a raven before or after this bizarre night. The mournful cry it made reminded me of the wail of a small infant. The raven slowly weaved its head in a low figure-8 pattern as it made this continuous cry. The moment that sound filled the night air, a cold chill prickled down my neck and across my back. I was filled with a sense of loneliness I had never felt before. I quickly glanced over at the sisters. They were tightly clinging to each other, knuckles white, with teary eyes keenly locked on the bird's bizarre display. I immediately thought that I was witnessing something I was not meant to see. I was very much an interloper in a personal exchange. Once the bird finished this almost ritual-like behaviour, it quietly eyed both the women for a few more moments before leaping off into the night. An item lay where the bird once perched on the railing. Curiosity getting the best of me, mixed with the desperate need to escape the strange and awkward atmosphere that overcame the room, I heaved open the half-frozen sliding door to enter the deck to retrieve the item. The weather outside is bitterly cold. I instantly regretted my decision as my body went into an immediate shiver. The skin on my face was tightening while my ears and nose burned painfully. The snow squeaked loudly beneath my bare feet as I gingerly approached the item. The mystery gift left behind soon became clear. A small bundle of needles from a spruce tree lay on the barren rail. Clearly, the women were both shaken to their core that night. A quiet melancholy soon followed and lingered heavily on the sisters. Continuing through the following days after the bird's departure, The reason why was unknown to each of us. Yet, I had a strong gut feeling that it was not my place to talk about what we each saw. A few days passed. Once I got off work, the three of us decided to take the dog for a walk on a community trail not far behind our subdivision. Heavy cloud cover filled the sky over Anchorage that evening. Large snowflakes slowly fell. The walk was mainly dark, except for the occasional light pole that sparsely dotted the trail, washing the path in a fluorescent glow. The sounds of 6 p.m. city traffic droned in the background. We talked among ourselves when we heard a man's low, weak cry for help in the darkness ahead. We immediately stopped and listened. The dog's ears snapped forward, head pointing slightly off the trail. A long, whimper-like growl emitted from the animal's core, followed by a concerned huff. Once more, we heard a weak, agonized voice call out, pleading for God's intervention. The cry drifted through the snow-laden spruce trees that lined the trail. I glanced down and noticed a footpath in the snow, leading through the woodland in the direction of the cries. I hand the dog's leash to the sisters and tell them to stay put. Both women sharply plead for me not to go as I continue into the murk to investigate. As I weave my way through the tiny trail, my feet bust through the upper crust of snow and I sink to thigh depth. I continue to slog my way forward. Before long, I come to a clearing in the trail. In the darkness, I can make out the silhouette of a lone tent. I call out as I approach the tent, only to be met with silence. When I'm closer, I noticed a battered tarp draped over the tent shell haphazardly. An inch of snow lay on the tarp, and the cheap tent bows under the weight. The unzipped tent entrance gave the appearance of a gaping black mouth in the gloom. I strained to look inside and call out a sharp hello. Not a sound or any movement came from the tent. My concentration was suddenly broken. Irritated and worried calls from the sisters rang out, demanding for me to come back. Before making my way back to the main trail, I investigated the campsite. Piles of trash littered the area in dark mounds. I made out some of what appeared to be scattered empty food containers. White trash bags ripped open full of miscellaneous used clothing. Broken children's toys lay beside empty beer and alcohol containers. Piles of empty aerosols ladled canned air peeked through the snow. Frozen clothing remained hanging from the hacked-up trees that surrounded the site. A deep, low sobbing drifted from behind me down the trail from where I came. The women again loudly shouted for my return with urgency. I quickly made my way back to the sisters. They both pointed to the direction from where the cry came from. The focus was down the wide main trail that eventually opened into an empty city park named the Valley of the Moon. We called out as we cautiously searched the entire park. The only response was the muffled noise of a city in the winter. We made our way to a metal-roofed pavilion. Underneath the structure sat a few graffitied, weather-beaten wooden picnic tables. This area was the only spot in the park not covered in snow. We decided at this point that it would be best to call APD and inform them of everything. We did precisely that. APD arrived, performed a search, and found nothing. Being late, we now started for home. We were making our way through the playground, passing a tall rocket-shaped jungle gym, when the sister gave a sharp, loud gasp. We glanced over to see she was looking upwards. The city lights reflected a deep red way on the heavy snow-laden clouds, revealing a large black silhouette of a raven who sat silently perched. We all felt the familiar heaviness of its gaze. My stomach tightened as we continued forward, lowering our faces from the pelting snow while picking up our pace in our walk home. 2 days later, the morning came for the sister to leave. We were getting ready to drop her off at the airport when my home phone rang. My girlfriend answers the phone. I was loading the sisters' bags into the truck when I heard loud shouting and screams coming from the house. I soon found both women crying hysterically for their nephew. Alfred was a quiet boy who grew into an even quieter young man. He was raised in a village in southeast Alaska by his grandparents and aunties. Alfred became heavily addicted to alcohol. So much so, his family sent him to Anchorage in hopes of treatment. Unfortunately, the treatment never took hold after many attempts. Eventually, he found himself homeless on the streets of Anchorage. He was ashamed of his situation and refused to return home, ignoring his family's pleas to return. He steadily continued to sink deeper into his addiction. Alfred became a living ghost in the urban landscape. He survived living hand-to-mouth by panhandling and stealing. Being afraid to sleep at the local homeless shelters at night, Alfred preferred to sleep where he could. One cold night he closed his eyes and never opened them again. The Spenard Community Patrol found his frozen body early the following day. The police report stated Alfred's body was found in a fetal position. The man was lying on top of a picnic table underneath the pavilion at the Valley of the Moon Park. When found, it was also mentioned that his body was covered in spruce boughs in a desperate attempt to stay warm. The night Alfred died was the very night we received our visit and gift from the mysterious raven. Unbeknown to us, 3 days after Alfred's death, we heard the sad cries for help in the park, the same park where he died. I'd often wondered, looking back, if the raven kept silent watching over him that bitterly cold night when he passed away. Maybe Alfred was able to catch a glimpse of its dark silhouette in the yellow moonlight, high up on its perch. Perhaps he also felt the heavy gaze upon him during his final moments. We'll never know. I like to tell myself the bird was there, and Alfred found comfort in the gaze, knowing he was not alone. He would have a companion during his final walk through the dark wilderness in his eternal journey home. The sisters and their family never once referred to this mysterious bird as raven. They called it by its original ancient name, the name given to it by their people in myths and legends centuries ago. The name, sacred Jarl. The story took place in 1989 or 1990. My family recently moved to southern Indiana, and we settled in a small town a few miles outside of Corridon called Central. For those of you that don't know, this area is out in the country. It was my freshman year in a new high school, yet I eventually met a couple of buddies who lived somewhat close to me. One morning in class, one of my friends mentioned this old farmer who lived not too far from his place, outside of a little town called Mountport. This old farmer passed away some months back, and there didn't seem to be anyone around his property. Urban and country legend was that this old farmer had his own catfish pond on his property that he stocked. The fish in this little pond were reportedly huge due to him not letting anyone fish on his property except him. That was all we needed to hear. Each of us loved fishing, and we made plans to stay at my friend's place that weekend and go after these fish. The weekend arrived, and the three of us found ourselves at the crack of dawn, standing in front of an old, shabby-looking farmhouse situated in the middle of an overgrown field. It was by no means a working farm. The house did appear vacant, and there were no vehicles around. Behind the house was the legendary pond. We immediately set to work trying to catch these gigantic fish. The entire time we fished, the dark old house seemed to loom in the background. We quietly spoke among ourselves, wondering what happened to the old farmer. My friend said all he knew was one evening, he saw an ambulance out front of the house with its strobe lights flashing. A few days later, his grandmother told him the old fella had passed away that same night in the home. He was very elderly and lived by himself due to being a widower. As the hours passed without even a nibble, it became clear the only thing biting were the bugs that swarmed us. By that time, the sun was beating down on us, making us sweat and quite miserable. Soon, boredom overtook us, so we decided to give up on our dreams of catching monster catfish. We packed our stuff and started to head back to my friend's house. I was walking towards the road, giving my friend hell, good-naturedly, about his fanciful tale of trophy catfish and mysterious geriatric farmers, when our other friend shouted out, "Hey guys, the front door of this place is open. Let's check it out." We both looked at him then dumbly looked at each other. Being the young idiots we indeed were, we nervously agreed to drop our fishing poles and decided to explore cautiously. What struck me as odd immediately upon entering the home was that it was still fully furnished and looked lived in. The decor was dated in the 50s through the 70s era, dusty and very cluttered. The power was shut off to the house. The only light we had was whatever daylight made it through the filthy curtains. Inside the house, it was suffocatingly hot and stuffy. The house was filled with the stank of garbage, rot, mold, and nicotine. We could hear a scurrying sound that we assumed was either roaches or mice upon entering the kitchen. We found overflowing trash cans and rotten food sitting on the messy countertops. Dirty dishes piled high in the overfull sink. There was a constant buzz that droned inside the house. This was due to the many flies trapped between the curtains and the windows. The atmosphere was very heavy and depressing, so much so that I felt a bit sick in my stomach. Once we made our way into the living room, we were met by a peculiar sight. The telephone was a typical old-style rotary phone mounted on the wall. It had an extremely long cord. The receiver lay on the floor, stretched to the middle of the room. It was dead. Next to the phone's receiver, medical debris lay haphazardly, scattered across the pea-green shag carpet. Ripped open rectangle-shaped wrappers of various sizes, dirty gauze pads, small, hard plastic orange caps stood out in the gloom, due to being the cleanest items in the house. A dirty, torn old button-up shirt also lay in a heap next to wadded-up blue latex gloves. We walked around the lower rooms, and they were all pretty much the same. Dust, extreme clutter, memories, and pictures of someone's life. The house had 2 levels. We made our way up the old, narrow wooden steps that creaked incredibly loud during our ascent. The temperature upstairs was almost unbearably hot. All of us were drenched in sweat. The already rank smell of the house was now made more pungent by our body odor. Being there were no windows in the stairwell, we were in complete darkness, fumbling and feeling our way up the stairs. We could barely see a dull glow of light shining through the closed curtains on the upper level ahead. We made our way to the top of the steps and noticed 3 rooms. We made our way into one of the rooms. The lighting was very dim. While slowly making my way towards the curtain to let some light in, I stepped on unknown items on the floor that loudly crunched under my feet. I pulled open the curtains, and the light immediately blinded us. As our eyes adjusted, we saw we were in a bedroom. A room that looked like it had not been slept in for many years. Dirty clothing was strung across the bed and across the floor in piles. The lone mattress was water-stained and full of holes, as well as the sagging ceiling. The floor was full of mice droppings, plaster, and the exoskeletons of hundreds of insects. I vividly recall a single framed black and white photo sitting on an old dusty nightstand of a young couple in an embrace. The man was in a military uniform with his hat jauntily placed on his head with a stoic impression. The woman, with a feathery hat of her own, smiled brightly, holding a puppy between them. My buddy made his way to the next room. It was a small room with a large closet that seemed to be used as storage space. The walls had shelving that held many jars of various pickled fruits and vegetables, all covered in grime. The floor was packed with canning equipment, jars, pots, containers, and tarnished utensils. We turned our attention to the last room and noticed the door to this room was closed. We opened the door and saw blackness. Our eyes were now adjusted to the light and could only see a few feet into the room. I once again carefully made my way to the window and opened the curtains. When the light came in, we were surprised at what we saw. This room, yet dusty, was immaculate and organised. In the corner was a small bed, neatly made with stuffed animals. A wooden toy box sat at the foot of the bed, full of old children's toys. Tiny shoes and boots lined the wall next to the door. Under the window A child's small wooden desk and swivel chair were on the wall. The name Lauren in crayon was written on the desk in a child's handwriting. On the desk of drawers was a picture of a little boy in a Lone Ranger outfit, standing next to a pony. I was suddenly overcome with a feeling that we really needed to leave now. I turned to say the same to my friends when a tremendously loud crack blasted through the silence, so much so that I thought it was a gunshot. We all literally jumped in fright. Both my friends immediately pointed to the wooden chair with looks of shock and fear on their faces. The time during this moment was in ultra slow motion. I remember my heart pounding in my chest so hard, I felt the pressure throb in my ears. I glanced back just in time to see the small swivel chair quickly rotate with so much force that it sent the desk crashing into the wall. We froze and stared at each other with mouths open in stupid disbelief. Suddenly, my friend bolted for the door. This move triggered a full-on flight response in the remaining two of us. The only thought I had in my mind as that second was that I would not be the last one in line. I would run up and over my friends if they got in the way. In fact, I'm pretty sure I rode one of them halfway down the stairs as he tripped in our panic sprint for the front door. The funny thing afterward and the days that followed is we tried to convince each other we didn't see what we did. Instead, we accused each other of pulling off a trick, making the chair do that. It then morphed into teenage male bravado, making fun of each other's masculinity during our frantic dash for the door. Deep down, we knew there was no trick. There's no faking the fear we saw in each other's eyes that day. That happened. To this day, I still can't explain how. I moved again about a year later and eventually lost contact with my two friends, such as life. Yet, before moving away, I learned that nobody claimed the estate once the old farm passed away. From what I understand, the state took it over. A company eventually came out to sell and auction off the valuable items and disposed of the rest. I'm not aware of what became of the property or the house. I know the state became owners of 3 fishing poles and a tackle box that day. We left them behind in our haste and had no intentions of going back to get them. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal. Demons, religions, ghosts, spirits, angels, etc. My life has been a rollercoaster on this front, but I firmly believe in the super and paranatural, and have for the past 7 years now. But that rollercoaster is a very, very long ride, and I'm really, really tired right now. So I'm not going to talk about that just yet. But I can't go to sleep without typing this small post out, or else I won't go to sleep at all. Because something is already in my room. Investigating the paranormal draws things to me. But even thinking about the paranormal, casually thinking about it, inquiring about my experiences, all of this draws unknown entities into very close proximity to me. Outside, inside, out with friends, in private, in public, it doesn't matter where I ask or think. They always arrive when I start and slowly leave when I stop. Demons? Ghosts? Spirits? I don't know. And frankly, I'm not strong enough to try and find out. But I can sense them. Invisible things that stare and watch and step closer but never touch or make sound. You know that feeling you get when someone is watching you from behind? Imagine that, but 10 times or so. They're harmless, luckily. The lights might flicker once in a blue moon, or they might get right up next to my face, but nothing terrible ever occurs. A few years ago, I was going through a really rough patch after an unexpected job loss. One random day, as I'm walking out of the grocery store with my then 10-year-old daughter, I get this sudden urge to look to my left. I'm startled because I can see my grandma, who passed over 20 years ago, staring back at me. She had on a long white lace dress. Her hair was curled and she looked to be mid-40s. I kept my gaze for like 10 seconds as she slowly walked away, and I screamed, "Oh my god, I can't believe that's her." My daughter, who has only seen pics of her recently, exclaimed, "Yeah, that was your grandma." I get chills to this day thinking about it. I thought back to what she was wearing. It looked to be a dress not from modern times, similar to what she wore at my parents' wedding in the 80s. Another story is more recent. This past Mother's Day, I went to visit my biological dad's mom at her gravesite. As I'm talking aloud to her, I smell this waft of perfume around me. I look around the cemetery because I'm sure someone must have walked by. No one else was around. She loved perfume, so I immediately knew it was her. A few weeks go by, and I get a visitation from this grandma. In my dream, I was walking into a church, and several other people walked past me before she walked towards me. When I saw her, she looked so beautiful, like she was literally glowing. She had on a long dress with flowers on it, and her hair was down and curly. I can recall every single detail of what she was wearing, down to the shoes. She looked like in her 30s, and she was smiling so big. I hugged her and told her I miss her, and she said I love you and miss you too. I noticed she was walking without her cane too. She hugged me so tight, and in that moment, it felt so peaceful, like a feeling of divine love, serenity and bliss. She then whispered in my ear, "Peace be still," and that was the end of the dream. I woke up crying and shaking because I was shocked that she had actually shown herself to me. When she died, I pleaded for her to come and visit me and send me signs. I think she gave me that message because I'd been going through anxiety and depression. Now, whenever I feel down, I think of the two guardian angels I have watching over me. I just got home from work. I walked in and I noticed the curtain rod in my bedroom on the floor. This is a pretty sturdy rod with 2 pieces of steel and has been there for years. I look around the apartment just to be sure I'm the only one there. I texted my husband and asked if it had fallen down before he left the house. He said no. I go to the bathroom to comb my hair and all of a sudden I hear the plastic on my shower curtain rustle like someone was in the shower. I have a cloth curtain and a clear vinyl liner behind it. I literally heard the magnet on the liner clank against the tub. I peeked behind the curtain, but nothing was there, and I don't have any pets. A few years ago, I came home from dropping my daughter off at school. It's about 8 AM in the morning. As soon as I walk in, the light in the hallway next to this same bathroom turns on, then off by itself. I noped it out of there. Back when I used to work from home, I would hear dishes in the sink clanking around or knocking on the fridge, and I heard the blinds rustling next to me. I was laying in bed awake one night, and I saw this blue ball of light flash before me and dart where that same hallway is. I got up to investigate, and the circuit breaker door was flung open. It was the type of latch that requires some force to pull back and secure it closed. The last thing that I could recall happening was when I was in the living room reading something on my phone. My daughter's iPad suddenly started talking on its own. It said, "Mama, I didn't get that." I didn't press anything to alert Siri, and it was really weird that it said Mama. I inquired at the leasing office several times if anyone has passed in here, but they said they don't have any information. This past Saturday, on January 5th, my great-uncle passed away unexpectedly in his home. We call him Uncle Will. Myself and about 20 members of my family met up at Uncle's Will high-rise apartment, which was not far from where I lived. We stood outside his apartment door while the police and people from the morgue cleaned the scene and prepared to remove his body. Immediately after they leave, half of us enter the apartment. My relatives start the process of removing contents from the fridge, disposing of cigarette butts, empty bottles, etc. I'm just aimlessly walking around the apartment, just one bed, one bath, when suddenly I get this urge to download the Ghost Radar app. I've always been into the paranormal and was anxious to see if my uncle's spirit would come through. I didn't think anything of it when I opened the app, because the first two words that populated were children and community. But as I walk into his bedroom, the app flashes enter. And as I'm turning towards the bathroom, it says almost. Then all of a sudden, I get this feeling to want to search the linen closet. I see normal bath products, but there's a box that appears out of place and looks like it has important documents. I look down and there's a money order. The app then says exact. I'm holding the money order in my hand, and in walks my aunt, who shouts, "Ong, you found the money order." She looks at me and says, "How did you know where it was?" I told her I had this gut feeling and the app sort of led me to it. I had no idea that they were looking for it. Turns out the money order was his last rent payment. I would like to think it was Uncle Will communicating with me through the app one last time. 2 days later, his younger brother, Uncle Jay, who had been battling cancer for less than a year, passed away. I also learned that after Uncle Will visited my Uncle Jay in hospital, just a week before his passing, he was crying profusely and saying he would rather leave than watch his younger brother die. This has been a very difficult time for my family. I'm still in disbelief that we lost two loved ones in such a short amount of time. So I work in a prison in the UK. I always like to work nights because you do 7 days on, 7 days off. Whilst on nights, I get locked onto a wing with no keys. We have a sealed pouch with a cell key inside for emergencies, or if someone is hanging and I need to get in to cut them down, etc. I'm in charge of looking after 200 plus prisoners. After a busy few hours, the landing's answering cell bells and doing my checks on people who are essentially on suicide watch. The wing starts to settle down, and through the night, I do multiple patrols. During these patrols, I've witnessed so many bizarre things. Here's just a very small portion of things that have happened to me whilst on nights. Number 1. One night, I was on the 3's landing doing my checks. I heard a loud bang coming from the 1's landing outside the servery. When I went to investigate, there was a broom on the floor. When I reviewed the CCTV footage, you can clearly see the broom slowly being lifted away from the wall it was resting on, and then quickly getting thrown to the ground. We have the footage burned off, and most of the people at work have seen it. We usually show it to new staff before they do their first night shift to freak them out. Number 2. One night, we had someone overdose. He was located in cell 237. I was working the week after all this had happened, and the cell was locked off for police investigation and was completely empty. At about 3:30 am in the morning, the cell bell for 237 was pressed. At first, I didn't even know that this cell belonged to the guy that had died the previous week. But as soon as I looked into the empty cell, I realised and just froze. It takes a lot to freak me out, but I didn't walk back on that part of the landing until roll count. Number 3. There are some minor but still equally as creepy things that happened just last week that prompted me to share this. Whilst walking the 3's landing, one of the showers on the 2's turned on by itself. The only way to turn it on is to press a button on the wall inside the shower. I went to investigate, and the showers were locked and lights inside turned off. This was about 2:30 am. Approximately 30 minutes later, I was walking down the 2's landing and an office door slammed shut. I checked the landings for open windows and they were all shut. Again, every time I hear a noise, I always investigate and love anything creepy, but this sent shivers down my spine. I live in the UK and was about 17 at the time. I was laying in bed on my phone with my lights off, and I heard claws coming up my wooden stairs to my side of the house. This was normal, as I had a basset hound who usually likes to come upstairs to my room. My house has 6 bedrooms and a farm that was converted into 2 houses. My brother and his girlfriend had just moved out, so I had the whole side of the house to myself, which consisted of 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, the living room, and of course the attic. I then heard the claws outside of my door stop, and remember seeing the claws of my dog's paws from under the wooden door. They were black like eagle claws, which bend like talons. If you look at basset hounds, they're the same. So I shouted for him, but he didn't move. My heart dropped when I heard the scratches at my door. They started slowly, which scared me as he's never done that before. I stopped using my phone as a torch and put my side table light on. I could still see the claws, but the scratching had stopped. I then told him to go back downstairs and turn the light off. At this point I was a bit nervous, but didn't think too much of it. Then it started again, but this time it was faster, as if he not only wanted to come in, but was distressed. I turned the light on again, this time not seeing the claws. I felt sick and didn't know what to do. The build of my house, if I screamed, you wouldn't hear it from the other side of the house. I somehow found the courage to open the door, to be met with nothing but an empty, dark doorway. I locked my door and climbed back into bed until it started again. I whimpered this time to fuck off downstairs as I had college in the morning. Still nothing when I spoke. I turned the light off again and went under my covers. The scratching got louder and more intense this time. I knew it wasn't my dog, and this thing wanted in, and it knew I was in there. I can't remember how long this went on for, as I cried myself to sleep that night. As soon as my mom knew she was pregnant with a girl, my paternal grandmother was elated with her first granddaughter. She knitted caps for me, would cook meals for my mother, and would boast to everyone about her incoming granddaughter. Sadly, she had terminal breast cancer and held on to see my birth in the first year of my life. During the year she was here after I was born, my parents would find her rocking me in an old wooden chair, sleeping with me, cooing and singing while turning the baby mobile to calm me. She quickly deteriorated though and died a day before Christmas, a year and a half since I had been born. After the funeral, my parents went to clean out her house to sell or keep her belongings, and as there was nobody to watch me while cleaning out the house, I would be with them. They would put me in her old room surrounded by blankets to keep me from falling off the edge. My mom and dad have both recounted times where they would see the shadow of the wooden rocking chair and call out my grandmother's name to have it suddenly stop. I would start giggling out of nowhere, and my dad would run in and see the mobile moving when there was no draft in the air. I also would refuse to sleep in the baby bassinet they brought to her house and would fall asleep in seconds on the bed. After a while, these encounters stopped and eventually became a memory for them. They stated I picked up on many of her mannerisms, even without knowing her. When I was a child, very young, I'm in my 40s now, I remember experiencing these small balls or beads of light that would come in rows of maybe 8 to 10 and would travel up in a line, up and through my bedroom at night. They were like little trains of points of light that would travel one direction, go through a wall, and come back another direction. Green, purple, blue, reds, really all the colours of the rainbow. They were never frightening, and were actually comforting because I could expect them almost every night. They were not dancing or anything, literally just little points of light of varying colours, all in a straight line like a train, travelling in and out of the bedroom in different locations. They travelled without urgency and at a steady pace, crossing my bedroom of maybe 30 feet in 3 or 4 seconds. Did anyone else experience this or remember something similar? I've asked a few people, and they also remembered a similar experience as very, very young children. I would say it happened before I was 5 or 6 years old, give or take. I don't remember when it stopped. I never really thought about it, and I suppose it just faded away. One day a couple of years ago, just out of the blue, I happened to remember them. The lights were little pinpoints of colour, kind of muted, not bright, lighting up the bedroom or even causing reflections off the walls. Kind of like they were there and yet not there at the same time. I would say they were small, less than an inch in diameter, maybe even less than a ½ inch in diameter, all in a line spaced maybe 2 or 3 inches apart. And as I said, the line would just travel across my bedroom, in and out of the walls, heading various directions and changing colours. It was wild to think about as an adult now. I was never afraid, and I'm sure I was awake because it happened, probably hundreds of times, as best as I can remember now. It all started when my parents redid their living room and turned the whole entire side of the wall into mirrors, from top to bottom. It was late 80s, early 90s. People would walk into the mirrors, thinking the room was just that big, because it looked it with the mirrors. I always felt like it was a portal to another side. As soon as it was done, it always gave me creeps being in that room. I experienced everything, and this gives me chills just to write the stuff, but here we go. Hearing my name being called when I was alone, my foot being grabbed to wake up to nobody there, the blanket being pulled off, always 3 scratched line marks on my body, doorbell going off and nobody there, house alarm go off for no reason, my dad knocking on my room door at 1 a.m. or late, asking if that was me downstairs making noises. It wasn't. TVs would go on or off, footsteps, sounds of like silverware dropping in the kitchen, and of course, go down to kitchen and nothing on the floor or counter. And others could be in the house with me and experience stuff, like my name being called clearly sounding like my mom, and they would be like, "Your mom is calling you." And of course, say what? And she'd say, "I didn't call you," and friend baffled. So this one night upstairs in my room alone, nobody home, my bedroom door open. You can see the top of the staircase leading up to the second floor where I was at. Loud footsteps start from the mirror room downstairs. You can feel them so heavy. And they walk all the way to the beginning of the staircase, which is a good amount of steps because the mirror room was a little ways from the start of the steps. Of course, it has my attention. I'm frozen in fear. I can hear a ringing sound in my ears. Everything was so still. And they start coming up the steps. One step, then another. I'm convinced someone either broke into my house and I'm about to see them, or it's something else that's crazy. Because after the 6th or 7th step in that house, you'd be able to see someone coming up. Of course, I don't see anyone, just hearing the steps until it gets to the top step. Then silence. I'm staring out my door, cold sweat, goosebumps all over. Hair standing up, and then all of a sudden, what I think looks like a younger version of my deceased grandfather just walks by. It's a younger, good-looking version of him, not the older, sick version he was before he passed. He's wearing an outfit that's straight out of like 1960s New York City. Top hat matching the suit, and you hear maybe like 2 or 3 more steps in the other room, and then silence. I sat there for a couple of minutes, making sure all sounds were gone. Catched my breath because it felt like I didn't breathe for minutes, just so frozen. And got up, checked the next room, of course. It was empty. And kind of just went back to what I was doing before, which was watching TV. And that's how things were. Crazy shit would go down. Have an experience and just move on. After I moved out that place, I haven't had any of those experiences again. I'll never forget all that stuff and can still remember it like it happened yesterday. I think the house has been torn down and rebuilt into a mini mansion type place by the new people that live there. The houses I grew up in were haunted. Number 1, I was in middle school. I can't remember the exact year when this happened. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, my whole family was woken up to every single smoke detector in the house going off. We all ran around the house trying to find the fire, but there was none, and there was no sign of smoke anywhere. My dad regularly changes the batteries, so that couldn't have been it. We had a technician come the next day to see what happened, but even he couldn't find anything wrong with the smoke detectors. We never found out why they went off that day. 2. I was a freshman in high school when this happened. My mum and I were sitting in the family room watching TV when we heard a loud sound from upstairs. Her and I were the only 2 people in the house when this happened. It sounded like someone jumped off the bed. The sound came from my room, onto the floor. My mum ran upstairs and I followed her. We found nothing upstairs, and my mum calmly just walked back downstairs like nothing happened. She wasn't even fazed. When I asked her if she remembered this happening a few years later, she said she didn't remember it and thought I was just making up the story. Number 3. This happened dozens of times from when I was in elementary school until I was a teenager. I had a cheap office chair in my room I would sit on, and I had a desk with a laptop. Every now and then, the chair would start violently shaking for 2 or 3 seconds, and I would jump up and all the hairs on my body would stand straight up. It felt like my heart would stop. I'd look around the room and see nothing around and be utterly confused. Number 4. This also happened dozens of times from when I was very young until I was a teenager. Sometimes when I was home alone and sitting on the couch, I would hear loud footsteps rushing down the steps. I would jump up and run to the steps and nothing would be there. Number 5. Whenever I hung out in the basement at night time, I felt I was being watched. When I started hanging out with my friends in the basement when I was in high school, all my friends would report the same thing. We had an above-ground basement, and you could see the woods behind our house through the windows. Me and my friends would sometimes see shadows near the tree line, and we always felt like we were being watched. I was home for the summer from college. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I was arriving at my house. I had been out at my friend's house catching up and playing video games. No drinking or smoking occurred because that might explain what I saw. So I live on a T intersection and there's no parking on my street. I didn't want to block my mom in because I was a lazy college student and wanted to sleep until noon. So I parked on the intersecting street as I had done many times before. It was dark, just as you would expect at 2:30 in the morning. The hot, thick air had settled for a brief period. I parked my hand-me-down white Buick in front of nosy Linda's house. I shut the door as quietly as I could to not disturb the silence of my neighborhood. Being a quiet neighbor is one of the most considerate things you can be. I put my keys in my pocket as I exited the car, even though I would need them to unlock the door 30 feet away from my present location. Again, I had not had a drop to drink or a bowl to smoke when I saw what I saw. Only cigarettes and water for the evening. I strolled to my front door anticipating a long sleep, and taquitos for my breakfast, or what you'd call lunch. That's when I spied it out of the corner of my right eye. A black, shadowy mass standing in the corner. I took a few more steps as the cold shudder filled my body cavity. Then I chuckled to myself. What the hell are you afraid of? Nothing is there. Just turn around, I said in my head. With a smirk on my face, I turned around and saw it as clear as a freshly cleaned window pane. The figure standing, or hovering if you like, was about 6 feet tall. There were no legs or arms, but more of a suggestion that it had once had appendages. Its colour was dark black, as if I was standing into the endless swirling pool of a black hole. The only other colour being emitted was a grey face. It looked more like the static of an old tube television on the wrong channel. It didn't so much see me as it knew me. It could see everything I had done and everything I would do. I stared at it for mere seconds, but it seemed like a day. Then I regained what little faculty I had left and sprinted the final few feet to my door. The keys shook in my hand as I struggled to open both door locks. As soon as I got inside, I looked out the peephole, hoping to glimpse the being again, but I could see nothing. I ran to my basement lair and covered my head with my old stinky comforter and shivered myself to sleep. The next morning, I saw nothing and told no one, until I told my friends today. A couple of years later,
I inherited my childhood home after my mom passed away. It's been over a decade, and I still have not seen the black shadow standing in the corner. I still look for it, most nights.
Something happened, and I'd like some inputs on the situation. A week ago, I was leaving work and had the feeling of having to throw up. I didn't think much of it because I just had a whole pizza for lunch. As I left the building heading to my car, I got extremely hot, full on sweating and feeling like I got a fever. My mouth started to feel weird and I tasted something ironic. As soon as I touched the door handle of my car, the feeling changed into freezing. I sat in my car shivering and started the motor. I pulled to the exit of the car park and waited for the cars to pass. A few cars passed. A little farther away came another car. I could have driven easily, but for some reason, I couldn't take my foot off the clutch. My whole body refused. I couldn't move because of that uneasy feeling, so I let it pass. I finally drove up behind him, and a few hundred meters further on, a speeding caddy took the right of way. Luckily, he only clipped the car in front of me. The car driving ahead of me was a little too fast, and it was a pretty big one, and there were gladly no injuries. If I had pulled up before him, I would have been the one getting hit. My car is a little older, small with almost no yielding zone, which means I would be severely injured or dead if a bigger car hit me with this speed and angle. As a witness, I of course stopped, asked if everything was okay, and left my contact details. I got back into my car and drove off. After the scene was out of my eyesight, I still was feeling a little uneasy, but much better. I'm not super suspicious or anything, but could it be that I died in another reality? I'm 100% sure the iron taste I had in my mouth was my own blood. The heat was my car being hit, maybe burning, and the cold was my own death, all in an alternate universe. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, my mom sent me to the store to buy something. The store was a straight 5-minute walk from my home. On the way there, I saw my father's best friend, but he looked kind of odd. He didn't smile like usual, and he didn't reply or look at me when I told him hi. He just walked straight ahead, but his eyes looked odd, like empty. I mean, like he didn't look at anything in particular, just in front. He walked in the direction of his house, but I didn't watch him to see if he reached it. We lived almost next to each other. I thought he just had a bad day, so I continued to the store without looking back at him, and then went home. When I came home, I told my dad about it, and I remember it clearly as our conversation went exactly like this. "Hi Dad, Mr. his friend's name, looked really sad today. He didn't say hi to me." My dad, "What are you talking about?" "He died yesterday." And that was it. I got so scared I ran to the bathroom and looked at myself for some time. My father was trying to comfort me after, but I don't remember what happened after that or how I felt. Of course, many people didn't believe me. Most of them said that I just saw someone similar, but to make it clear, I was born in a small town in Poland, and his friend was an Arabic man. He didn't look anything like anyone else there, and it was impossible to mistake him with anyone because of his curly black hair and darker skin. So I'm 100% sure who I saw that time was him. I just don't know how or why I saw him. I learned after a few years that he actually committed suicide the day before I saw him, and his daughters found him dead in his bed. Why do you think I saw it? Did I actually see a ghost? If I knew he was dead, I'd think it was just my imagination. But why would I imagine him when I thought he was well and alive?